Okay, so it's July 29th, 2024. And we are starting with Connie. How do you say your last name?
Skiatis.
Skiatis, okay.
Yes.
And you're here for 188 Bow Ridge Road.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Good morning.
So I'm Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
I'm
Nice to
the one
meet
you
you.
email with. This is Dan. He
Hi,
works
Dan.
for our assessor.
Okay.
I would
Excellent.
like to just explain, as she said, I work for the assessor. My purpose for this hearing is mainly to gather information that you're supplying, whether it's verbal or notes and your letter that you submitted, to pass on to him. So I don't have any part in the decision-making process.
Okay.
And so you can go ahead and give us your issues.
Okay. Well, I guess.
I did read this.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. This is basically a summary of, I understand, I mean, I've been in this town for a really long time. I am a full-time resident, although I'm from Connecticut. My family owns the house. It's in all of our names.
Oh.
And I'm basically like the manager of the house because I'm the only one who really uses it for the most part. You know, they'll come visit throughout the year, but
Yeah.
I'm here full-time. I know that this process in Wilmington, the assessments, I think from what I understand from talking to people, was just a kind of like a computer program that probably threw out an algorithm and everyone.
Well,
oh yeah, maybe
I'll
you can explain
that.
it to me. Yeah.
It's actually much more complicated.
Okay.
Than that, but I can give you the basic,
Thank you.
the basic background, and also to explain that there are no longer listers in town.
Okay.
That the lister process was eliminated last year. They did do the 2020 reappraisal, and that was when they physically went out to all the properties.
In 2020.
In 2020.
Okay.
So this one, normally the schedule used to be every 5 years there would be a reappraisal, and it would alternate between throughout a 10-year period. There would be a full physical inspection every 10 years, and in between there would be a statistical at 5 years. The state mandated the town to do this reappraisal after only 4 years because the market had changed so greatly. It was necessary to do a reappraisal statistically and get the town's numbers to be reflecting the actual what happened in the 4 years from the beginning of the end of 2020 was a very huge shift in
right.
Values. And so now there is a contract assessor working and using a very deep, high-end software system to initially create the values, and from there he examines all the properties one by one and decides whether from his experience a change is necessary. So that's the basic how it happens, how it turns out.
So the last time someone, because I've actually let someone in my house in the past, or I met someone at my door, but it didn't feel like 2020. Was that the last time someone actually physically came to my house?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Just maybe I wasn't there that time. Maybe it was the time before that.
And it was someone. It was someone from the town for sure.
Well, he introduced himself as like someone doing an assessment, but he wasn't from the town. He was from northern Vermont or something. I think he was contracted maybe by the town.
No, they wouldn't have done that. It would have been any time from 2023 back. It was always listers doing the work. So that person was not from the town.
Was it somebody when during 2020 didn't they use someone else help to do the reappraisal?
Oh, well, that might be Brian DeCesar, right? I'm not sure if that was Brian DeCesar. Caesar. He was the one doing the sketches, I believe, putting the data into these system they had. So
it was for the reassessment process. He did say he was there on behalf of the town. But
he did?
Yeah. Okay. But he wasn't, I don't think he was like a town employee, or I think he may have been like an architect or a builder
I
or
think
someone who
he
is
might have been a realtor.
knowledgeable
It might have been a realtor.
from
This person I'm thinking of.
Okay.
He was also,
But-
or he had his own appraisal business.
Yeah, maybe
I think that
something
might
like
have been.
that.
Yeah. He
But
didn't show you any idea. I mean, to get his
he
name or
probably
anything.
did, but I
Yeah.
don't remember.
Oh, well, anyway, it sounds
Yeah,
legitimate.
no, it was definitely legitimate.
But I wasn't aware of, I wasn't really thinking there were other people that.
Yeah, he said
were
he was
there.
from, maybe his company was like, I don't know, like somewhere like an hour away or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But that, I guess it's neither here nor there, but.
So someone, so that was.
So I have met someone in the past, and I can't remember if I actually brought him into the house or he was just saying he was looking around. And I said,
Oh,
okay, I just
okay.
don't remember because it was
Yeah.
too long ago.
Yeah.
But I guess like my main issues, thank you for explaining the history and the process. But I know like I've been here for a long time, like I said, and I've seen the market change a lot and I've seen, a lot of Airbnbs and rentals and those are, I'm actually anti all that stuff personally, because I just feel like it changes the character of our town. And it also, I work at Mount Snow. So a lot of employees can't find housing and it's just really
Wow.
difficult for long-term people who are now priced out of the town. Those are my personal feelings. That really has nothing to do with.
Yeah, but it's okay to,
appraisal
it's okay to
process.
mention it, yeah.
But those, I feel like a lot of the Airbnbs and, a lot of the movement that happened during COVID, people took obviously financial advantage of the fact that they could buy houses at pretty inexpensive prices back then, and then rent out their houses, make a ton of income, and then also drain the resources of the town while doing that. And I've had a lot of friends who had terrible experiences where like they have shared septic or they have shared wells, they have noise complaints from their neighbors who are now like Airbnb homes. So in my case, even if I wanted to rent out my house where I am located, we are an association. We don't get town plowing. We have to maintain our road. It's a huge drain financially every year to just live on our road, because we have to pay for it. And I've asked the town or someone from our road has asked the town many years ago to take over. It was a class 4 road originally. And the town said, no, just don't want to. For whatever reason. But so we have to pay for our road, number one. Number two, we have bylaws because we are an association that dictate that we can't rent our houses. So say I moved away for a year or I moved away for 6 months. I can't rent my house out to anybody. Like I can't get any kind of financial incentive to do anything with my house.
Has it always been that way? I mean,
always,
it wasn't
from the
a
very
change
beginning.
made.
No,
Okay.
before redevelopment, like that was in the original bylaws, which have not changed at all anyway.
Okay.
So I can't rent my house. I can't even put a trailer in my house. There are very strict rules. So I can't reap any kind of financial benefit if I wanted to take advantage, like everybody, the majority of the town can. So that's like a huge sticking point. I can't sell my house as easily as everyone else can, because a lot of people are using it as a financial incentive, or using it as an investment. This is just a house. I can't subdivide my 10 acres. I can't sell half my land because you can't put another house on the land,
even though it's 10
acres. So a lot of the financial benefits that pretty much everyone else can reap, I can't. Also, my house was built in 1984. It's outdated.
It hasn't had much
It hasn't
updating.
had any updates.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all original. It's a tiny kitchen. It's not. It was meant as a second home for a family who was coming up here on weekends.
Oh.
It was not meant as I have no air conditioning. Back then they didn't put air conditioning in, but
Do you have a copy of the property card by any chance?
no, I don't.
Oh, okay. I think Sarah
Oh,
might have
oh,
one.
thanks.
Yeah, okay. That's a printout of most of the basic information in the computer. The
Okay.
backside has a sketch and details about the interior structure.
Also, maybe that I did let that person in that one time. I can look at, I don't want to look at it at this moment.
Oh, yeah, you
but-
can refer to it.
So, it's all wood, the house, the deck, it requires a lot of maintenance
Mhm.
just to maintain this 1984 building.
There's a lot of deck there.
There's a lot of deck.
Yeah.
And, it's a lot of maintenance for an old house. It's not something that is modern. It's certainly not modern. It's got like carpeted floors. It's like has stuff that I want to change, but of course, like takes investment to do so. The garage at some point, I noticed either in 2020 or the time before that, they had it listed as an apartment. It is a very wet garage.
So they corrected that.
So they correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that whatever we're starting with, like, I don't have a nice, clean, modern, updated house. I have a original 1984 structure with a very wet garage with cracks and structurally probably not sound. And my crawl space in my basement requires 2 sump pumps full time.
Wow.
It's very wet. It is, so the rest of the market is probably dealing with something that's in a little bit better shape and newer and in better condition.
How does the water get there? Does it come up from underneath or does it come flowing from sideways?
I think both.
It's interesting.
I think it comes in from underneath and sideways. There's no like cement floor on it. It's really hard to get into. Like you have to crawl down like some stair, like a little pull down stairs, like pull up the.
Yeah, a hatchway on the outside.
Hatchway
on the outside.
No, from the bunk room.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not easy. So I had to change my furnace, and that was a huge ordeal.
Oh.
I have no air conditioning. Put air conditioning in would be a huge ordeal. Like,
where's the furnace located?
In the crawl space.
It's in the crawl space?
Yeah.
Oh, so how high is the crawl space?
In some sections, it's this high, and in the deep side, it's like 5 feet high.
Oh, so it was just enough to get a furnace.
It's like goes like this.
And it's all dirt or gravel down there? Oh, wow.
So it's, again, not very modern.
Yeah.
We're not dealing with like the same set of cards that I think most of the other houses in town are dealing with. So.
Yeah, there's some very clear cut.
And so originally, like Bow Ridge Road had a good view of the mountains of Haystack and Mount Snow. And I think that was originally like one of the features and the selling points. But all the tree, like I don't have a view anymore.
The trees grew up.
The trees all grew up.
Yeah, that's
some of my other neighbors still have beautiful views.
Oh, okay.
But where I am located, I don't. So I mean, I think those are all like aspects that would detract from whatever like the computer is spitting out that the computer doesn't know.
Well, some of that is somewhat subjective. So that would be the part that the assessor has to make decisions on. It's easy to make decisions on the ones that are black and white issues.
Yeah.
But you've really laid them out pretty clearly here.
Yeah. So I wanted to do the process just because I wanted to see you guys and talk and understand. And I mean, those are the main issues with my house.
Oh, yeah. You really covered them all. What happens now is this information goes to the assessor over the next week or so. He will review all of your property information and also, become acquainted with what you have in the letter. So you'll be getting a second notice in about 2 weeks.
Okay.
That will show you what, if any, change was made.
Okay.
even if no change was made.
Okay.
And that notice will also tell you about other steps you can take with other bodies of authority
Okay.
to get some other resolution after you have been through this process.
Okay.
So that's pretty much, and that'll be mailed to
Thank
you
you.
directly. So it's good that you came in. And some of this is details that there would be no way to know unless you had come in
Yeah.
to tell us about it. So that was a good thing.
Thank you.
I hope it works out well. We'll find out in a couple of weeks.
Okay. I'm sure this has been a daunting process for you guys too. I know the entire town is up in arms.
Yeah,
Kind of,
yeah.
yeah, it's a big jump, but we're managing.
Yeah.
So this was well worth doing it with you.
Thank you.
Well,
Well, I appreciate your time. Appreciate your ears.
thanks.
No
Thank you.
problem.
All right. Well, is that it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we're pretty much
Okay.
done. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Well,
Cool.
have
Thank
a
you.
good day out there then.
Thanks. You too.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All
Bye.
Have
right.
a great day.
Bye.
We started a little bit before 9, I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
okay.
so.
Yeah.
Somewhere I lost my phone. I don't have my phone with me, so I haven't been keeping track of time.
Oh,
I think I left it in my car, so I'll have to grab it later.
oh, okay. Would my
Okay,
phone be
so
of any use?
are you Sharon? I am. Okay, so you are our next person.
Well, I'll watch my time.
Yep, you can come on up.
Thank you. Thank you for seeing me.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Glad you're here.
Yeah, me too. Sorry, when you called to make the meeting, I wasn't home, so I have none of my
That's
papers.
okay.
So
Sorry.
I tried to do my best, I'll be honest with you.
And I think I printed out everything that you had sent us.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Including which I have online, the appraisal that I had done in 2017.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's somewhat
it's older.
older, but it could be useful.
Yeah,
So
I
it
have a
doesn't hurt to
comparison
submit
that
it.
I'd like
Yeah.
to use on
Sure.
it, just as a talking point and just to
Yep,
see, but
that's
so
fine.
part of why I'm grieving is my husband and I were getting divorced, and so I was gonna buy him out on the house, and now with this new evaluation, I can't.
Oh,
It sucks, and it is what it is, right? But our evaluation on the house went up over 200%.
oh, that's
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, so, and I know it was undervalued. I'll admittedly, I don't know who did that in 2020. That wasn't us, obviously. We didn't grieve, we've never grieved before, but we went from, because I have a 2017 appraisal at 205, and
Yeah.
it went from 205 to 166. And I don't know, we didn't do that. The town did that, or whoever did that. I mean, it's on the sheet. You sent.
Yep.
Oh,
So,
wow.
And then when did the town start breaking land out separate from the home? Like I never knew that until I got that.
So I believe-
Sarah, until you sent me the second.
Right.
Yeah.
On the property card, that's just, it's a newer program that we've started using with the town. So the 18 and the 19 are just placeholders. It's showing you what your values were during those years.
Right.
I don't know if the landed, they were broken out into separate values that
Right.
put into one real amount. But when we updated this system, we were just putting numbers in to show the amount from the back end. But the 2020 evaluation shows it broken out.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I see the land at that point was 30 and now it's 50.
Right.
And then the home, so both, I just don't understand the process, and this is all new to me. I've never grieved before, but I have had my house evaluated. So in 2017, my sister, we owned it with 4 people, and then my sister and her husband bought another home. So just my husband and I own it.
I
at
should
that time.
mention the way the reappraisal is done now. The land and the building are calculated totally separately. So the land value comes from land sales
Okay,
for the reassessment.
okay,
And the building value is, that's all of any structures compiled into one number. But they are calculated separately.
they're calculated.
Yeah,
separately.
yeah, based on whatever vacant land sales were available for the analysis. So, yeah, well, you can
Okay,
go back.
so,
to
yeah,
stuff.
so, I mean, in 2017, I'm only going to refer back to that just because there is a reference point that I think is worth mentioning. The home that they compared me to, the first home was 2 Wood Lot Lane, which is in Chimney Hill. That sold for 265. And then now on the grand list, its value is 243. But my value is 352. So I'm trying to grasp me in comparison to others. And like, why am I 100 grand more than that house when I was valued at that same price as that house back in 2017?
I wouldn't be able to speak too much towards how the values changed. I'm not part of that process.
Okay, understood, but
the
there's
assessors,
apples to
yeah.
apples, it's just not making
Well,
sense to me.
The reassessment does use location in the sense of trying to use values within a defined area.
Okay.
And so the whole town gets defined in different areas because they're similar in that area.
But $100,000 difference is,
Well,
is,
yeah.
to me, with the house that we were valued at the same back then, it's just absurd. Like I can't understand it.
It would basically depend on the sales that took place. And it's up to the assessor to understand where those sales are in relation to what area is getting those sales applied to the reappraisal numbers.
So some of my neighbors, some of my other comparisons are like.
What was the first one now?
The first one, 2 Woods Lot. It's grand list, whatever that list is.
That's okay. Yeah.
It's called, its value is 243, and it has 0.97 acres, so it has more land than me. Our house is the same size. And when I had my my appraisal done, they add for the amenities at Chimney Hill, and then because that makes that property's higher because of that, because I don't have them, but then I have little more access to shared water fund space.
Oh, okay.
So there's whatever pluses and minuses, but I'm just trying. My house wasn't updated between then and now, but my house is being valued at over $100,000 more. And then so my neighbor Marilyn Ward, who's lovely, she's at 154. So she's my neighbor, my next door neighbor on one side. She owns 2 lots. Her house is bigger than mine, and she's valued at 351.
What number is her?
154.
154.
And she has 1.3 acres. She has a much larger house. She has a 4-bedroom plus an office plus 2 living space. I mean, I've been in her house. Plus she has a garage, full garage with upstairs and a sunroom. And she's valued lower than me. So I'm trying to equate like how I got valued. You know what I'm just understanding, because I'm seeing people that her home is worth definitely more than my home. And she could split her lots and sell it for 2, right? So to me, it's worth a lot more. I mean, they'd have to share septic, but people do that in our neighborhood. And then there are other homes like number 18, Mountain View, Cook and Jones. They have 0.73 acres. They're being valued at 250. Their house is about the same size as mine. Number 34, they have 0.82 acres and they're being valued at 294. I'm just, and then my neighbor after Maryland, which is 147, their house is definitely smaller than my house, but they have a 2-car garage, but they have 2 lots, 1.2 acres, and they're being valued at 270. So I'm well above these numbers, and I'm trying to understand why I got hit so why my increase was so
Mhm.
much, right, over 200%, and then how I'm getting valued and compared to my neighbors.
Well, it's hard to pin that down or know right now. It may have something to do with whatever the assessor finds. Maybe there was an undervaluing of aspects that we don't have before us at the moment that would have accounted for that large increase. I'm sure that as these numbers are created, he's certainly examining them carefully and based on his experience.
Of course, of
So
course.
that's about as much as I can explain from my end. What happens is all the information that you've submitted and whatever notes I might have taken here,
Right.
that goes to him. And over the next week or so, he will review everything that he can that's available to him and carefully examine what's in the computer to make sure there wasn't anything
Yeah.
incorrect there that he might have missed.
Right.
And
Correct.
so he will make a decision about the valuation in some way. And
I mean,
you'll
I already
get-
wrote about the roof and other things in my email, so I'm
Oh,
not
good.
gonna, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna talk about those again.
Yeah.
but-
Do you have a copy of
I was
this? Oh,
just gonna
yeah.
say,
Thank
I
you. That's
think I
really
sent
helpful.
one,
You
but
did. Yeah,
to
you
have
did,
it
but
in
I don't have it.
paper.
I don't have it
Yeah.
printed out. You did. Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
you did.
Um,
Yeah, because it's also, I drove up Ware Road and I looked at some of those homes and like, 128, 134, they have like 2.7 acres, 3.2 acres. And they're decent sized homes and they're under 300.
Hmm.
They're 280 and 283. So I'm sitting there, I'm saying like, I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand.
Well,
And I'm average workmanship. It's not like the quality, and my house is not updated.
no updates.
I mean, there was tile been done in the downstairs bath and in the upstairs bath, but the tub is still old, right? And
Oh.
so it's, partial updates. The kitchen has not been updated. Of
Mhm.
course, we painted, but
Yeah,
it's
that's
most
just
interior of the house is
maintenance.
mostly wood.
Mhm.
And so it's not like it's, but the house, the exterior of the house needs to be painted again. And so there's a lot of maintenance with the wood house up here, as everyone knows.
Yeah, it's rough.
It's rough. Right? It's really rough. Okay.
Oh, and so you will get a second notice in about
Okay.
2 weeks.
Okay.
That will show what, if any, change has
Okay.
been made. Even if there was no change, you would still get a notice to let
Okay.
you know
That comes in the mail? Is it?
Yeah, in the
Okay.
mail, and it also has some important information about further steps that you can go to
Okay.
seek a change with
Okay.
other people of a different authority
Okay.
to make adjustments. So that it'll just be a matter of waiting for that notice.
Okay.
And it's not going to really give you any information about what changed, if anything, in the data.
Okay.
But it's not clear where that change might take place. It could be, as I said, it might be things that were not addressed in the past. But
And is the acre, the 1 acre, the 50,000, is that standard across everybody, or is that? Like,
a
does
standard
everyone,
in
if
what
you,
way? Oh,
like, I'm sorry, 0.67, I have 0.67 acres.
yeah.
So, and it's being evaluated at 50,000. So does everyone that has 0.67 acres gets evaluated 50,000? just
Probably
curious.
unless there's factors that there are
Curious how that
things that
happens.
influence. But basically from 2 acres down, it's considered a place where you can put a house. So the biggest value does come from the that first 2 acres. And
The first 2
for
acres,
people who
okay.
have more than 2 acres, the extra is called excess acreage. And that gets valued at a very much lower rate per square foot for the excess acreage. So yeah, you wouldn't see huge differences. There is still a rate for less than 2 acres of
Okay.
acreage.
Just curious how it
But
works.
most of it comes from just the fact that it's buildable, there is a house on it, and there's improvements to the land. But that's a good question.
Okay.
And that is, the land values are calculated entirely separately based on land sales as well. So it's 2 separate calculations.
But
there.
land sales across the town, or is it
It's actually-
location based? That's why I'm kind of asking.
It's mostly would be I actually don't know what the weight is for, but basically, there is never a lot, there's usually not a lot of land sales anyway.
Right,
So
right,
you
right,
don't
right,
have a
right.
lot of numbers to work with. So it probably would be a balance between location and also using all of the sales as a partial influencer. But some properties can have some very severe issues that would result in an extra, like lowering.
Yeah, I'm at the rock, right?
Yeah,
You can't
all
balance,
kinds of
right?
things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But that's a
Okay.
good question.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm good friends with John LeBron too, or my neighbor, which is,
Oh,
you know, he works with the town.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
He knew I was coming. Yeah.
Well,
All right.
that's a good person to have a neighbor for a neighbor.
He is, he's
Yeah.
great. He's knowledgeable and just a great guy.
Hmm.
It's nice meeting you both.
It was nice to meet you
Thank
too.
you. And yeah, look forward to, so you said in a few weeks here?
A couple of weeks, yeah.
Okay.
And look over the property card. Some of it's self-explanatory, and you might, in case you find something that's incorrect on there in the actual hard data.
Yeah, and I do have to look, but the thing that I didn't have access to coming up because I was already away is just my original purchase with the numbers on it, like the land and the square footage and stuff. I don't have that with me, so
Oh.
I do
Right.
want to look at that and compare it to the card, like you said. just
Sure.
to- But I don't have that. And exterior space is calculated like a deck and stuff like that.
Oh, at a very much different rate. Yeah.
Okay.
Decks and porches and so on.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not the same as the internal like.
No,
lengths.
absolutely
Okay,
not.
okay.
Yeah.
Just curious because I saw it on the second page. Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
It's a good question.
All
Yeah.
right. Thank you guys very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate the time. Yep.
Take
Thank
care
you.
then. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
You want me to come front and center?
Sure.
Yeah.
It is. So I guess I want to just start off by saying that I get the valuation, I get all that. Here's the thing. You have to be consistent with the map. You got to be consistent with the map. So I pretty much, Sarah can probably tell you this, I pretty much have been in every house in this town at
Oh,
some
my.
point or another. Yep.
How did you manage that? Just
Because
over time,
over time, I've pretty much been to somebody's
knowing
house
people? Yeah.
for a
Oh.
problem to look at. I sold building materials forever. I do custom kitchens.
Oh,
I know the houses.
you're in the business.
I'm in the business.
Oh,
So the first thing I could tell you is I have 2.33 acres. Okay?
okay.
That is true. You got me valued for land at 227. So at least 20% of my property is state required stormwater. Let's start with that. Can't do anything with it. Can't touch it. Can't massage it. Stormwater.
Stormwater. What does that mean exactly?
That means that the state of Vermont is nuts. Oh, I'm probably not supposed to say
I
that.
won't write that down.
Okay. So I have what they call a, what do they technically call that? A basin.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, just so you know, dude, my basin is close to half the size of this room.
Okay.
So basically, a culvert comes into a forebay, and then it goes into this, if you want to call it a pond, I call it a
Yeah.
mosquito swamp. And then it slowly drains it
So it's a
out.
place for the water to collect
And then
safely,
disperse.
I guess, in an organized way, I guess.
I guess you can call it what you want. I call it a bunch of
Yeah.
craziness, but so had to install that per the state.
Oh.
That's over $100 grand.
Oh.
Because they pick the most expensive pieces of pipe, the most expensive this, the most expensive that. It has to be so many feet wide, flat at the bottom, whatever. So, and then,
You have to pay for that? Had to pay for that?
oh, OPM, buddy. other
Oh.
people's money.
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
that would be fact. State doesn't pay for anything for people who actually work. They just dictate what it's gonna be, and then you have to pay for it. Yeah. So the state is nuts on stormwater. There is no doubt about it. But, you know, I have 1 acre that's pretty much cleared. The other acre was not cleared, but the state deemed that's where my septic had to go. So we had to
Okay.
cut down trees, blah, blah, blah.
Wow.
So I would guess that, and I'm being conservative, 1/3 of my property I can't do anything with because of leach
Those
field.
factors, yeah.
Yeah, and the stormwater. And I don't make the rules, I just follow it.
Mhm.
But for me to be assessed at, 200 and change, I bought the property for 25
Okay.
and I bought it in 20 or 21. So it's not
Says
like it was that
21
long
here,
ago.
yeah.
Yeah. And then, the square footage. So, this would be me if I was a town assessor. Just telling you what I think. So years ago, it used to be $100 a square foot. That's what it was figured for a house. That was, it was 80 to $100 30 years ago. Okay. Today, you can't build a doghouse for $100 a square foot, which is true. The cost of labor, it was going up, but COVID really, tanked it up. So if I was a town, I'd have 3 buckets. I'd have 4 buckets. I'd have good, better, best. Good would be $300 a square foot. Better would be 400. Top of the line would be 500 a square foot of finished interior conditioned space. And that should be applied across the board because then it makes it fair. It makes it so there's no judgment calls. It's just a mathematical equation, period, end of story. My value was, I built my house in 21. So when I built my house, I don't know.
They have 22 here. It was finished in 22 probably,
Yeah, yes.
but started in 21.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
And I have all the math of what I paid.
Right.
And my house was there. And all I've done is put in a garage that's unconditioned, no heat, no water. It's just a shell. And now my value's gone up 100 and let's just call it rough numbers, 175,000. Well, it only cost me 80 to put the garage in. And that's at today's current prices. That's at cement being $300 a square yard. I mean, that's at current prices. So I'm having trouble figuring out how the value changed that substantially because I can tell you the fair market value of houses since 21 to now has not changed. In fact, I think we're starting to see a downward slope on it.
I should explain, I don't make any decisions about what
Yeah.
you're submitting. It's going to go to the assessor,
Yeah.
whatever I write down here. In
Yeah,
your
that's
letter.
totally fine. But,
so-
the assessor, the town, whomever, should be able to explain everybody's value mathematically. This is what we use for a criteria, not, oh, I think this house is worth 500. Oh, I think this one is worth 400. It should be a mathematical, explainable explanation to every single person.
Well, the most basic part of the analysis uses the sales that took place. The state obliges the towns to do that. So
Yeah.
the sales that were used
Mhm.
were for a 3-year period
Mhm.
ending with March 31st. Although the most recent year is the one that probably would carry the larger part of the adjustment.
So
And-
my value on my house is 700. Let's just use round numbers. Wellman Farm is 2.3. They've got way more outbuildings. They got 200 acres.
Mhm.
It sold for 3 million. So when you tell me that they used actual sales, it's
No,
sold.
it would, the computer has got many data points, places where information's put in.
Yes.
And
And it's
so
only as good as the programmer that programmed it.
also, right. So this town now has an assessor instead of listers.
Right.
And he uses a very complicated software that he's been using for many years for doing reappraisals of whole towns. And it certainly is not an arbitrary saying this, I think this should be that, this and that. The computer does use all that data to create values. And for each value, for every property, he reviews the numbers that are coming up from the calculations and determines from his knowledge about properties in Vermont.
I get all that,
what-
but it
whether
should not
some
be a
change-
complicated, it should not be a complicated formula. It should
Yeah.
be a simple, stupid formula. That
Well, that's-
somebody's square footage,
Yeah.
we say yours is in the gooder bucket. This is valued at 400 a square foot. This is what it is. If you think that you should be in a different bucket, it shouldn't be a complicated thing.
Well,
It should
he
be
is-
across the board. I've looked at other people's values and I look at my value and my value is substantially higher than theirs. And I've been in.
Well, that's a legitimate
Wellman Farm.
examination of.
Wellman Farm makes no sense. It's at 2.3. It's 200 acres. It's way bigger square footage than my house. My house is a third the price of Wellman Farm.
I should mention, he does follow the rules that the state sets for how to do a reappraisal. And the state does monitor what happens with these revaluations.
Yeah, you don't make me feel any better by saying the state monitors it,
I'm-
but yeah, you can
don't-
keep going on that. Here's the thing. This is what I'll tell you, and I know you won't like this statement, but
I
it's
don't
just how
have
I
any
feel.
need to like it or
Our
dislike it.
government and our state don't do anything well. Nothing. Everything they do does not work.
We
And the
can't
reason-
really address that here.
No,
but-
I
yeah.
understand that. So when you telling me that the state, that holds absolutely no water. It should be a mathematical equation and somebody should be able to say, this is your square footage. You were in the better bucket. So you got appraised at $400 a square foot. This is what it is for unfinished, unconditioned space, so much a square foot. Simple, stupid.
Okay. Yeah.
And-
Well, you're totally within your right to have your feelings about.
Oh, I'm
how-
sure it
how it
won't
gets
change anything, but I feel that the value of my house is substantially higher square footage than
Mhm.
anybody else's.
Well, then, let me ask, do you have a feeling for what you think would be a reasonable market value?
I do.
Oh.
It's exactly what I paid.
Oh,
When I
okay.
built my house, Advantech was probably 25 to 30% more. I mean, I know the prices. of
and you
stuff.
said cost you 80,000 or something?
My garage cost 80K.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, that reminds me. We did have a note to get the information for your new garage. When did that get finished?
They're siding it right now, and that is
Okay.
including the labor, all the
Okay.
materials.
Was it
for that.
started this year or was it started?
Whenever I pulled it, no, last year, I pulled the permit
Okay.
last year.
So it looks like at some point in this coming year,
You'll reappraise
that-
me again?
well, the value, the garage has not been added to your data yet because it wasn't finished.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that just my house,
Well,
Is
whatever's on your
700?
property, whatever's on your property
as of when?
as of March 31st.
March 31st of 24?
Yes.
Okay, the garage was built. It was built last year. It's
Okay,
just not
you said
sided.
it wasn't quite finished. Okay, so it wasn't quite
Right.
finished, but it was close.
It's got
to.
the shingles on it. It's
Um,
got a roof on it.
Yeah, so it looks like that will be something that will have to be added.
Okay, so buying the land at the inflated value of the last 4 or 5 years since COVID, which things have gone up tremendously. There's no doubt about it. Everything's gone up, groceries, everything's gone up. But all of my hard numbers are in this market. And what I'm telling you as I sit here, and I'm going a little high, I've got 530 lock, stock and barrel. And that's including
Okay.
the land, the septic, the well, the everything. and you guys got me at 700.
Okay.
I'm willing to
Well,
pay my
what hap-
fair share.
Yeah. What happens at this point is the assessor will take this information that you've given us here.
Yeah.
And he'll re-examine all of the aspects and details about your property that are available in the computer now. And he'll make a decision over the next 2 weeks approximately.
Okay.
And you'll get a second notice to let you know what change, if any, was made.
Yep.
And even if there's no change, but
Yep.
and when you get that notice, it will tell you about other boards of authority that you can go before, the BCA being one of them.
Yeah.
If you want further resolution to your valuation.
Okay. I work for a living, so here's the deal. I'm just coming to you. I've never grieved my
Yeah.
taxes. I don't mind paying my fair share.
Right.
I don't even mind paying a little bit more. But when you're telling me that the garage is not included in this or only
Right.
partially included, now I'm like, the math doesn't work, guys. I can show you
Well, that would be what you could address that with this another.
with somebody else that
authority.
doesn't make a decision.
Well, we don't know what the outcome is of this
Yeah.
hearing, so you
Yeah.
have to wait and see what that ends up being.
I'm just telling you,
Um,
this here
Mhm.
is not fair.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm willing to pay more than my fair share, but I'm not willing to pay for two other people. Or I'm not, you gotta be realistic. When I'm telling you that I just built my house and I've included all the costs and you're already over that and you're telling me you don't have the garage in there, I mean, the math doesn't work. Someone needs to show me. I need to know the computer program. I want to know the details of how the assessor is coming to this. And I can bring every piece of data for every screw, every nail, and show you that this is inaccurate.
Well, if you could still furnish information up till the end of today. For
You mean
any,
to send you?
Evan, if you have anything you want to add, there's a cutoff point where when these hearings end, that's the limit of time period that information could be submitted.
Okay.
If you did go to another authority after this hearing, after this is completed, you can bring them the same information that you want to give them, and that might be useful to that.
I mean,
particular-
has the tax rate been set? I've heard two different things.
No.
No.
No, okay. And I figured that Diane was correct and other people were not correct. So we don't know what the tax rate is. So we don't really know, all of this doesn't mean anything till you have the times,
Yeah.
whatever.
It's got to be that way,
Yeah.
basically.
I mean, I paid 12K last year in taxes, which I think is ludicrous, but I thought it was probably fair. But if the tax rate's the same, now I'm going to be paying like,
It's very unlikely that it could possibly be the same.
yeah, but it's probably going to be substantially more.
We don't know.
We don't know, but I'll put it to you this way. As my father always said, there's two things you can be sure of. Taxes never go down and you're going to die.
Well, the town rate, we're actually thinking might offset and be lower this year because
Yeah.
the town went through the reappraisal.
Right,
But
because
the education side of it, we don't know.
you have no
yet.
control.
Right.
I get that.
Unfortunately.
And yeah, and that's nothing that is something we can all do, but it's nothing that's gonna happen.
Mhm.
The state side of it is what it is. I mean, I'm opposed to the extra 1% and have been, because most of that 1% goes back to the state. And so the town pays for bookkeeping to collect more money for the state. And the whole thing's so upside down, it's frightening, but so that's really my deal. I mean, if I need to pull out the other houses that I saw, I mean, I just quickly looked through.
Yeah, that's what other people had come in, did that. You list comps.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I can look down the list and just scan it and go, wow, this one's way low. Oh, this one's way high. I mean, I can look down it and in my opinion, knowing the house, knowing what they have for materials in it, knowing what they actually paid for it. And there are some inconsistencies. And don't get me wrong, listen, Nothing is 100% accurate in this, and I get that. You're looking at a broad base, and how I view it and you view it may be
Yeah.
different. That's why I go back to, it should be done by a very simple mathematical thing. And if you have 3 buckets of a price per square foot plus an unheated, unconditioned space square foot, it would make it, then anybody could explain it. You know,
Well,
that's
yeah.
my opinion.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so I'm not gonna send data. I mean, I can't spend too much more time on craziness.
Yeah,
But I also don't want to pay 20 grand in taxes a year because I feel that that's not fair. The
Right.
town doesn't spend money frivolously, but the state certainly does.
Right, right.
Thank you.
okay.
You're
well,
welcome. Thank you for
Take
coming
care.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
thanks.
thank you for waiting till Monday. I didn't know how many more people. I was away in Alabama and I'm like, oh, it's just, and I hardly
Yeah.
ever go away. And I was down there.
Well, I love how you were like, well, plan A, let's wait to see if Monday opens, and plan B, I don't know yet. So
Yeah.
we'll figure it out. But
Well,
then
you
when we
know,
opened it,
my family laughed at me because I actually drove 2.5 hours from Nashville because I got a direct flight out of Bradley. And they were laughing at me. But if I'd have gone to Birmingham, it was like an hour. So they all flew into Birmingham. My brother got stuck in Chicago last night. He's not flying out till 11:30. My nephew got back to Brattleboro at 2:30 a.m. And my aunt and my cousins ended up like 7 hours late back into Manchester, New Hampshire. And I said, oh, that extra hour driving to Nashville, it was sure worth it. My brother goes, oh, when they canceled the flight, he goes, I'm like, oh, she's gonna be laughing.
yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye now.
Have a good day.
You too.
Are you
So-
Brian? Okay,
Oh,
perfect.
okay.
This morning.
Good, how are you?
Fantastic.
Good, thanks. LaCroix, that's a
Yes.
somewhat common name, is it in Vermont? Because I'm aware of other LaCroix.
There's a few. so,
Yeah, yeah.
Big families, big French families back in the
And
day.
anybody up in Essex Junction area way?
Not that I'm
Oh,
aware of.
okay.
No.
That was the only place I really remember of somebody,
Yeah.
last name LaCroix.
Yeah, no, all came from Canada, so.
Oh.
My,
Yeah.
my great grandfather was one of 14 or something, so.
Oh,
so,
wow.
yeah, it's-
Yeah.
Yeah, they spread out, so, yeah.
My father's side came from Montreal area.
Yeah. Excellent, excellent, so.
This is Sarah. You probably dealt with her on.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you for,
phone,
yes.
so-
Yeah, no
Your
problem.
patience and.
So we have
Doing the
Brian
Lord's work
LaCroix
here.
and you're 41 Sumner Lane?
Do you have a property card?
I've got it on my phone.
Oh,
I didn't-
okay.
I didn't print it
She
out, but
emailed
yeah,
it?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. and I
okay.
think
Would you like a
have
hard
it.
copy to look at while you're
I
here?
don't- it's right in front of me, so it's.
Oh,
I don't have any printed one.
if you've done it,
Nope,
that's
I
fine.
don't have one.
Yeah, that's fine. I've got it. Got it right in front of me, so.
So my name is Dan Bodwin. I work for the assessor for the reappraisal. And mainly what I do is gather whatever information you're submitting, including anything you might be bringing up today. But so did this say you submitted some cards or?
Yep, there's comparable properties.
Those probably went as a, just emailed?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
We
Yep.
can still discuss them.
Yep.
And so all this information goes to the assessor
Yeah.
over the next week or two.
Mhm.
He'll be looking at everything that's been submitted and also just basically rechecking the valuation of your property to see if there's anything to correct there.
Yeah.
So, well, you're welcome to present your.
Yeah,
I read this sort.
Yeah, and basically, I mean, it's kind of cut and dry as far as.
Yeah.
You know, my taxes has been reassessed several times. This will be the third time in the past, since 2019. So.
Yeah, let's see. So there was.
It's had some attention.
Yeah,
So,
something was changed from I see in 2020, there was, so it was a grievance.
yes, yeah.
And that was that with an informal grievance or a BCA? It wasn't BCA, right? It was with the list.
It was here. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Last year? I thought you don't remember seeing me here though, right?
No, in 2020. No.
Because I took part of some of the hearings
Yeah.
for that. And so it was lowered, obviously.
Yes.
And now we're into 2024.
Right. Yeah, and there's so comparable properties, so adjacent properties on
Yeah.
either side.
Oh,
We're in
okay.
the Southern Vermont Boating Club on Sumner Lane. So
Oh, okay.
The nature of those properties are kind of unique within
Yeah,
Wilmington.
yeah.
Um,
Oh, so here,
So-
I've got it in front of me.
yeah, the adjacent camps.
Oh,
One sold within the past 12 months, 55,000. The other was
Okay.
15,000, and that's what's listed on the property cards with the town.
okay. Yeah, we had some others.
Yep.
Members there
Yep.
from there.
Yep. I know it was difficult in my previous grievances to find a comparable because of the situation with the, leased property and not owning the physical property that, that we're on. So that always made it unique for those, but being that two just sold within the past 12 months. So actually, I think they were both about December is when they
Mhm.
were filed. So.
Was that the basic issue of the grievance last time or not?
No,
Was it
I
other
did
issues?
a significant change,
Oh,
structure rebuild.
okay.
So that was back in 2019. That was when the assessment actually came in, a lot higher. I grieved it and it landed at 75. And then the next year they put it up with no change. It was like, it's like we just went through this. And
yeah.
so then they, reduced it back down to the 77,850 and, and here we are. So,
Yeah. Well, one of the main things that happens with evaluation when there is a grievance change, and then another reappraisal comes, that is cleared out, and essentially you have to start over again, sort of. It's just standard procedure.
Right.
The grievance evaluation is legitimate. They made a decision based on whatever they or their information and so on. But when the another reappraisal comes, it has to start with the data that was already in the computer.
Yep.
And so
whatever formula it was plugged into the mass.
Yeah,
Being the town-wide, this
Yeah.
wasn't an individual.
Right. The grievance process is it's somewhat arbitrary, but it's based on their knowledge, whatever their knowledge is regarding it. And so it doesn't mean that that's incorrect. It just means that decision was created based on what they thought at the time.
Yep.
At this point in time, your feeling is that the adjacent valuation, the two on either side of you are the ones that would carry a lot of weight.
They're the comparables, yeah. Because any other property within the area is going to be on owned land, and not a lease. So
there probably are some other properties that have a camp that's on leased land. I don't know where they would be, but there might be a few. I don't know.
Yeah, I scoured when it was
you
a
did
big
look?
thing in 2019. It was a big, we spent a lot of time on this in 2019. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not part of the calculation process.
Yep.
That's the assessor
Yeah.
has all that
Yep.
to do. And so I really don't have any clear details about how he came about. There is a computation that the computer does.
Yeah.
But aside from that, also, the assessor makes decisions based on his knowledge and experience.
Right.
Which there aren't, I guess you probably know, there aren't listers anymore. It's now a contract assessor.
Yeah. Yeah.
doing
Yeah,
so.
and they didn't review 3,300 properties individually. So it was just it's a formula and it's a process.
Well,
and that's,
yeah.
So,
What will happen? He'll see your information and come to some kind of decision, and you'll get another notice in about 2 weeks,
Right.
showing you what changed. if any, took place.
Yep.
It might mean, I wouldn't want to speculate, it might mean that you would have to go for a grievance again if you don't get the resolution that you were hoping for. But it's just, we'll have to wait and see. But I'm sure, you know, that the logic of the properties next to you is valid.
It seemed to be the last, the last grievance. That's really what, and I guess, you know, and I think of the BCA, the Board of Civil Authorities.
Yeah.
That is. So yeah,
Yeah.
I did have a grievance hearing with them because,
Yeah,
and they came and did an onsite and that's when the property value.
oh, they
did
actually
come
went
down.
out?
Yes, they've been
Oh.
out and done there was a team that came out and reviewed the property and that's
Oh.
when it was, because I believe it was well over 100,000 at that point in 2019. And then it came down to 75, and then went back up the following year. And then went back down. It's like, we just did this. Like, why are we here
Yeah.
again? You know, so.
The people that came out to see it, was that the people at the hearing?
Yes, the team
Oh.
from the. Yeah.
It was actually them coming out, not
Yes.
somebody else.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't have a lot of knowledge about.
Yep. Yep.
How
So
the-
they have been there for that. And,
Oh, okay.
and one of their comments was due to the uniqueness of the leased lots where those properties are. So
And you haven't changed anything since then, right?
nothing. No,
Okay.
I haven't even. I need to pressure wash the deck and restain it. I haven't even done that. So it's,
Oh, okay.
yeah, there's 0 changes that have occurred since.
Well,
then,
it'll
so,
be interesting to see how things turn out.
yes, it will.
I don't know if
So-
the members of the BCA change at all from year to year, but
Yeah.
might even, if you do go that route, it might even be same people.
Yeah.
But
Hopefully we
that's-
don't get there. Do we know anything about when the tax due date is that being pushed off since?
Yes,
okay.
yes. So normally it would be the end of August, due to this
Yeah.
grievance taking so long. So we have to wait till grievance finishes to then send all of our final numbers to the state and then they give us their tax rates
Mhm.
and then we set ours. So we're looking at least into September for our first due date.
Yep. Okay.
It'll be 30 days after the date we mail tax
Yeah.
bills.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All right. You know, we've done this in the past where we pushed up to the deadline and then not had additional time to pay. And they're like, well, you might as well just send us some money. I thought that was interesting. So there's
Yeah.
really?
different people on board and it really
That
wasn't.
seems a little unfair.
Well, the grievance
well,
process.
funny You say that.
Yeah, the grievance process, you're gonna get a new assessment, whether or not
Yes.
something changed,
Yeah.
no matter what, and then it gives you your next steps. So if you were to take more steps in the appeal process, your
That's what
bill
I'm
will
saying.
already be generated.
Yeah,
So
and I
that part,
understand all that.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
but then if
Due
the
dates.
BCA decided something different,
Yeah.
then you'd get a revised bill
Mhm.
in that sense.
Hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's it. Just the comparables. And
Yeah.
if it's there, I don't know if there's a. file
She's
or
got it.
whatever.
I have it in my
Yeah,
email.
it's-
Yep.
It's gonna get passed on
All right.
to the assessor.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, it's good that you came in today. It's the first step.
We'll find out. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only step, right? Let's
Yeah.
be positive.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
your
good luck.
patience
How
and
far-
understanding the
how far out are
process.
you,
Today should be our last day.
After
We're hoping.
7 previous days.
Yes. I know.
Yeah. Yeah. We've been, yeah, it's been crazy.
Well,
Have a
yeah,
great
good luck.
day.
Thanks.
All right. So our next person is Shelley. Let's see here. And I'm wondering if maybe this is her on the phone. I didn't have it marked whether or not she's in person or on Zoom.
Oh, yeah, well,
So our next person is Shelley Sousa. Shelley, I'm not sure if that's you that called in on the Zoom meeting. If it is, you can unmute yourself. I know Jim will be in person. He's our 10:15. I'm not sure if this is Shelley, but it might be. Let's see.
So this is described as a competitive market valuation. Belleville Realty.
Hello. Hello, how are you? Good. So you're for 10:15. We're just waiting. I'm not we have someone right before you, but I'm not sure if she's coming or not. Okay, you can have a seat in here. It is an open meeting, so anybody's allowed to be in here.
Yep.
Oh, not really sure. I'm guessing that's not her because she would have unmuted. It's my guess.
Oh,
I had included her, so she was sick last week. I sent her an email saying that I moved her to this day, but she
Mhm.
never responded. So, um, so we will see. But she also I wrote in here that if she can't come on Monday, that's that, because that's the end of our meeting. So we might just have to use her documents and stuff that. So we might have to should we just read it in right now? Just say who she is? Yeah, I could do that instead of waiting till the end. So we have a 10 o'clock meeting for Shelley Sousa for 106 Town Farm Road, tax map 5126, span 762-242-13205. And she submitted what is called oh, it's right here. She submitted a competitive market valuation. Okay. Oh, here's that with that. I don't know if you need that. All right, Jim, if you want, you can come on up. Okay, so we have Jim Santos for 53 Eastover Road.
Yes. I begin?
So I'm Sarah. We've met. This is Dan. He works for the assessor.
hi.
Hi.
Basically, I just gather information from the hearing and anything you submitted as well. My notes and your letter here and everything else. And that will all go to the assessor for is
Valuation.
reviewing your property
Okay.
and so on. So you're welcome to go ahead.
Okay. So the reason I'm here, obviously, my evaluation went up by about 50% on the property.
Mhm.
And I know property values have gone up and all, but and I guess my assumption is in most things, how you evaluate, the valuation is you use comps and you compare houses and what they've sold to, and you compare the existing houses on the market that haven't sold to ones that have, and that's how you come up with those actual numbers, which is pretty standard in the business. Again, I'm not saying I'm an expert, but that's basically a nutshell, if am I correct? And what my concern is that my house, as much as I love my house and I wouldn't trade it for the world, you know what I mean? It's a very quirky house, and it's not the type of house, it certainly doesn't comp with a regular 4-bedroom. I'm listed as a 4-bedroom house.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I'm not discussing even the property tonight, because it's about a 1-acre property type thing. But it's the actual house that my concerns are. This is an A-frame, okay? As a matter of fact, it's a double A-frame. So it's at least when I bought it, I was told it was one of the first in Vermont, a double A-frame. But anyhow, you know what I mean? It's very unique on the inside. But from a marketing standpoint, if I went to sell it, the concerns would be the fact that, first of all, I have a galley kitchen in there. It's not a full kitchen, right? Which plays which adds to evaluation of any house, the type of kitchen and the countertops and the thing. And just so you understood, the biggest thing with being an A-frame, and in this case, a double A-frame, is lots of obstructions. Okay. So because of the way the structure had to be built. And I thought I could show you that best with some pictures. So I don't know if I can add that into the record.
Absolutely.
Which is great. So I'll start off with a kitchen. It's a galley kitchen. It's not a very large kitchen. If you can see right here, you can see it's nothing but a galley kitchen that runs in. This is one of the obstructions that are all through the house, and that structurally holds the double A-frame. Because think of it, it's an A-frame one way, and then it's an A-frame another way. So it's really a cross. If you look at it from up top, it just looks like a cross.
Huh.
The negative to that is that it creates a lot of obstructions and squeezes it down in square footage. The whole footprint of the house is only the bottom floor, because it is 2-story. The bottom floor is about 1,000 square feet. Yeah. But it's even less upstairs, because obviously in A-frame, the way it comes up, you have less things.
So, have you seen the property card? No.
I can print it.
So this part is presumably got measured or something over time. So just imagine sliding that over. So that's the area that they thought was.
Gotcha. Well, that's pretty close, I guess. I mean, the fact is, a lot of that area is unusable because of the angle. You know what I mean? Yes. Yeah. If you take the footprint of the second floor, it would certainly be. It's probably right.
Usual rule of thumb for the second floor, if there aren't actual knee walls, they would use an imaginary knee wall of about 5 feet. So wherever it becomes 5 feet, they would measure from that point across to the other roof line.
But I don't think they would have done that there.
Then it's
14. They're showing here 24. Maybe they used an assumption. But
the lister, you might know that there's no listers anymore.
I didn't know that.
They did away with listers last year.
Okay.
So now there's a contract assessor. So, but they certainly, listers that had been there were knowledgeable at gathering data and so on. So they may have used a similar or not for a 5-foot knee wall. So that's
and just so you know, in the upstairs here, there's no deck over here. What it is on both sides, and you'll see.
Is it a porch?
No, what it is, there's a small two or 3 foot deck outside, because the way it is, there's 2 bedrooms. If you go up the stairway, there's 3 bedrooms upstairs, and that's another one of my discussions. But so I guess I might as well go to that right now. So the upstairs one, it's 1 bedroom downstairs, which is in the back, and there's 3 bedrooms upstairs. But the access to those bedrooms is via a ship's ladder. It's not a real stairway.
Oh,
Okay, which again limits my marketability if I was to ever sell it. I mean, it's not good. Little kids, very difficult, and older people would be very difficult. That's the access, as you can see.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
wow.
So it's very difficult to get up there unless you're a young, very healthy person. You know what I mean? So
Do
it's
you have these in digital form?
oh yeah.
Because you could just email that to Sarah if you could,
Okay.
and
Sure.
Yeah, so that they can be attached.
Okay.
Or,
so,
I mean,
yeah.
are you willing to leave them?
I
Is
could
that-
leave these with you too.
Oh, okay, well, yeah.
But you see, this is the access to get upstairs, and then when you're upstairs and looking down, you can see it's only a 35 by 42 foot opening. You mean to go down that ladder? It's how steep it is. I mean, so although
in inches, 35 by 40.
yeah, that's the opening, and the ladder is you can't even see it because it's so steep. Actually,
Wow.
you know what I mean? But I mean, like I said, it's very accessible to somebody healthy and this and that, but it's not like a stairway that you would use for a regular 3 bedroom.
It's similar to like some attic access is similar.
Exactly. It's been here for, this house was built in the
Bedrooms.
40s or 50s.
It's 69.
I thought it was earlier because of some of the things they did outside, but even though it's, you know what I mean? So the upstairs bedrooms are certainly not comparable to a 4 bedroom house that has a standard stairway. You know what I mean? So I think that should have been taken into account. And all the bedrooms, none of them have closets. You know what I mean? So
That isn't actually a factor that gets put in.
is or isn't?
It's not.
Oh, okay. I thought in order to be considered an actual bedroom, they had to have a closet. No?
Not for the system that's used now. It basically has to have doors for privacy.
Yeah.
That's the main factor.
Gotcha.
It's not unusual that you would, it's certainly somewhat less convenient if you don't have.
Yeah.
But you can put in like freestanding things or whatever.
Sure.
So anyway, the steps.
Right.
Step ladder.
Yes. Yeah. Ships. I call it a ship's ladder.
Ship's ladder, okay.
You know. And this shows a little more like this, and this like when you go upstairs and then you turn to go into a bedroom.
Yeah.
There's a bedroom on the right, there's a bedroom on the left, and then, I'm sorry, you come up the ladder, you walk down this hallway,
Okay.
and immediately right here, you can see the door here and a door here.
Mhm.
Those are 2 bedrooms, and then there's one at the end of the hallway.
Oh,
If you went into this bedroom, this is what you'd be looking at. And again, in those days, they put sinks in the bedroom, I guess, because this was built kind of as a ski house. You know, in the morning, everybody's trying to get ready. Everybody has their own sink. But
so that's why it says 3 bathrooms. There's 3 bathrooms?
Yes, yeah, because I guess that's why they would consider it, because the sinks are in the actual bedrooms. But you can see the obstruction that goes right down. This one happens to be the one in the kitchen that you were looking at. It comes all the way up from a structural standpoint. But you can see it at 5.5 feet. I use that in this case because it's a pretty standard height between a male and a female. You only have 20
What
inches.
is that?
Oh, I drew that line.
Oh,
I'm sorry, just from the
I
floor.
thought it was part of the image.
Yeah, no, just from there.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
and that's only at 3'9" height. You know what I mean? You can see the difference.
Yeah.
Here at 5'6", which is what I used, you only have a 10-inch. So you have to duck to even get into these rooms. Once you're in there, it's kind of nice. It's like I said, it's very unique.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
Very functional.
the double A frame, all of a sudden now you have an A frame above your bed type thing.
Right.
In the opposite direction.
Mhm.
But again, it's very difficult kind of, I don't want to say very difficult, but it's difficult. It doesn't compare to a 4 bedroom house where you walk up a stairway, you you have the standard 68-inch clearance or a 7-foot clearance, whatever the heights are in the house. You know what I mean? So it's kind of unique and different on that way.
Is, are all 3 bathrooms on the upper floor?
No, there's
Two
two,
up and 1 down?
there's 2 bathrooms. There's 1 bathroom downstairs, and
Okay.
that's in the downstairs bedroom.
Okay.
And that's this here. If you're in the living room and walking down this hallway, there's a bedroom back then. But again, you can see the difference. At 5'6" height, there's only 18-inch clearance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Again, these are the obstruct. You can see there's 1 here, there's 1 here, and that's because of the structural framing of the house.
Do you know the angle of that? I'm just curious. It looks like it might, it's not, maybe not quite 45, or maybe it is.
Oh, it's steeper than, it's more like a 60.
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, it's pretty steep because I mean, you only have the width of the whole house is not, it's not all that
yeah.
that wide,
Mm.
you know, of the A-frame.
Mm.
And,
Oh.
and like I have a couple other pictures I can show you if that would help you of the. Just to give you an idea. Here, this is the living room.
Oh.
You see, and this hallway is that hallway you're looking at right there. You see the obstruction here, the obstruction there.
Mhm.
There's your ship ladder
Yeah.
going up the stairs. And if you can see that's there.
Yeah.
And then around this side is where you go into the kitchen. That's the kitchen right over there. That obstruction there is that kitchen windows.
Oh.
So it's like I said, it's a very unique little situation.
Yeah.
There's the full thing of the
Well,
kitchen.
you could submit those digitally if you don't have them.
I don't know
printed
if
out.
with that I could do that. if
Yeah,
that
because
helped.
I think, you know, the-
Yeah, just to give us reference, right?
Yeah.
To, the layout.
the assessor's probably seen everything in his lifetime. But still, at least for your house, it'd be.
Right. And again, it's not that I'm trying to, like, it sounds like I'm bad mouthing my house. I love it.
No,
It's
no,
so
no.
quirky. But the problem is, like I believe that when they use comps, they look at 4-bedroom houses. This is
Yeah.
about 1,000 square feet and
Well,
But this is different
Yeah.
because it wouldn't appeal to people with kids. It wouldn't appeal to older people. You know what I mean? It would only, it's a much smaller market, not to mention some people don't want to hit their head. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
as much as you know, I mean, there's going to be times you knock your head on these damn obstructions, but of course I've learned it by now, but I had enough bumps where.
Well, certainly, there's people who physically wouldn't be able to deal with that.
Exactly.
Not necessarily handicapped people. But
No,
they
no,
would
right.
have, different issues. So that it does limit somewhat.
Right.
So you
So
you
that's-
bought it in 2010
Yes, 2010.
for 182.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
wow. And
It's in the stairway.
you've probably, you've got this letter that is more or less giving us the
Yeah, I
what-
tried to.
what you brought forward.
Right, I tried to explain all of it.
Yeah.
I focused on the inside. I should have double checked all these dimensions, but I do know, because what they did was, actually, before I bought it in 2010, the bedrooms upstairs, I have a picture of the bedroom upstairs, I can show you. The reason they're showing a deck there, because there is a deck, but it's a very.
Oh, on the back, on each end?
On the side there, like.
Oh, that's actually, the label here is an enclosed frame porch.
Oh,
Is that not-
okay,
is that
that is,
correct?
nope, that is correct then.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
that's a small little sun porch.
Yeah,
It's not heated or
yeah,
anything.
yeah,
like
just
that.
enclosed
It's
porch.
just an enclosed
Yeah.
porch. Up here, see these little bump outs?
Mhm.
Those little bump outs are small little decks so that people, if God forbid there was ever a fire, they'd have a means of egress. The windows are large enough for a person to get out, they can get onto that deck, and then they could climb down.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
so that's not living space?
No,
there?
that's not living space.
Oh,
That's not living space.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not living space.
well, that shouldn't, then it should be.
And I don't believe, because the same thing is in the back. This is, I think what they did is they used the A-frame. The A-frame goes over, there's a deck in the back the same way, it's probably a 5-foot deck in the back. And that's the same thing. It's all for just a way for egress. In
Deck-
case,
Deck?
yes, it's a
So
deck. It's a deck, but, and the reason
Would your
for.
photograph show that? Then? So we can make,
Yeah, I can.
so there can be a
Sure.
possible correction there.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we probably have in the computer
And it's not like I said,
pictures from past reappraisals that show the exterior. That's pretty,
like
pretty
this one, you
standard.
can't see it very good on here, but that's that back bedroom right here. And you see the deck out there? It goes right out to the,
And that's at the second.
that's at the
level.
second floor level.
Oh,
And I
okay.
think I have another one
I'm wondering, yeah.
because, and again,
well-
it was built for safety so that, God forbid, the fire was here and they couldn't come down the stairs to get out. They could get outside the house and then, and therefore.
So this at each end here, that's
Well-
on the outside,
Yeah, but this one is a regular deck
at,
that's
at first floor level?
first floor level.
Okay.
Because this half of the house is all open. It's
Okay,
cathedral.
okay.
But about here back, you know what I mean, is the actual.
Oh, so this
here back.
actually, this should be,
This is cathedral.
this
is not-
maybe shouldn't be here, maybe it should be here. Is that-
Well, when you say.
Yeah.
Well, this area here,
If this is all vaulted,
yes.
then
it's all-
this,
You're
even if
right.
this was the second floor, this would, there wouldn't be.
You're right, there would be nothing.
It
there.
wouldn't be over here, so this may not have been placed in the right.
Oh, I think you're right. This
Yeah.
should be gone. All of this.
Yes,
should be
so
gone.
we would say imaginary.
Actually, I think they
slide
showed
it.
it there. See how they show that little bump in the back? That's
Uh,
the deck. But remember, the actual house stops here. So that, I bet you that's what they're showing, that little bump
Okay.
in the deck.
Well, you know, what you could do is, you could measure that area
I
yourself.
could, okay.
Although we don't have the option of accepting data after 5 o'clock today.
Okay.
So
Is today the last day?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why the end of the hearings is the end of
Gotcha.
the period which data can be,
So if I was able to do it and get it back to you before 5?
yeah, absolutely.
you can just email it.
Okay.
Yeah, just a simple, like this, a line sketch.
I'll just do a quick little line sketch,
yeah.
just like that.
Mhm.
Oh, so you're from Columbia?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm from Connecticut too.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Bristol.
Oh,
And
right.
so you came up just for the hearing.
Yes,
Oh.
yeah. So,
Yeah, that would be helpful. And I guess if you're gonna do that, if you, just in case we don't have good pictures of the exterior.
so here's a picture. Side. Of course, whenever you're looking for something.
Yeah, I know.
Front deck, but that's just a truly deck. Okay, so here, so see, that's the side of the house.
Oh.
You see,
Yeah.
see that little deck there? It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
really a deck, 'cause there's no accessibility to it. But
Yeah.
it's strictly for emergencies. A large window is for means of egress if needed. You could jump onto this and then be able to get down.
Yeah.
in a
They may
safe
have been
manner.
guesstimating from the outside thinking, I don't think they would have put they would have drawn sketch decks. They may have, it may have looked like there was floor space up there from the outside.
Maybe, yeah.
But if there isn't, then, because basically they're saying, let's see, the width is 14 plus 6. So they were, the maximum width here was 20 feet
Yeah,
across. And so that's something that you can easily
I
check
can double check that.
from a
Okay.
5,
And you see-
theoretically. from
you
a
See that
5
little
foot.
bump out right there?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
this right there. That's the back deck. Again, same.
Yeah.
same purpose.
Yeah, if they understood it, they would have put a deck there, but they didn't.
They put it as living space. didn't they?
Yeah, right. So, yeah, that 20-foot dimension would be an important, whatever it actually is, if it's not 20 feet,
I'm gonna go home.
From a
I'm gonna go
5
back
foot.
and double check.
from a 5-foot, imaginary 5-foot
Sure, sure.
knee wall, that would
And
be.
and the opposite side is the same as that, again.
Mhm,
Just-
okay,
Again, there's
yeah.
no access to it other than a
Essentially,
window
yeah.
type.
Hmm.
So it would-
Yeah, that'd be great, because that can be accepted, I believe, by the assessor. to be valid.
And that's the
valid
other
information.
side. That's
Oh, yeah.
that porch you're
There's
talking
the-
about.
Yep,
And you can see that deck is, you can get it there, you can jump onto the roof, and you can get off.
yeah,
That was the whole purpose of those being put on
yeah. So just measure across the
on the
widest width.
inside of the house.
And if it's narrower in some place, then whatever the changes would be along the length, you can just easily sketch that.
But there's the
and-
back, that shows the back.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, those would be, if those you can just actually just email those if you want,
Okay.
to add to the ones that we have here.
Okay.
Sure.
And who to email it to?
To Sarah.
My email. Do you want me to write it down for you?
Yeah, do you mind?
No, not at all.
Put it right at the back of that page.
Okay.
I'll just say some additional photos. And what I'll do in the email, I'll write down the dimensions of that.
Yeah,
It says first floor upper.
yeah, that means,
Shouldn't that be
well, no, it
second?
means one story. One S is one story frame. And it's one story frame on the second level.
Story.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what the uppers for.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's just the nomenclature that the software uses.
gotcha.
And
Okay. All right.
yeah, that's all.
So, yeah, so,
relevant stuff. there.
so yeah, that's what I was hoping that they'd understand that the comparables aren't exactly the same as.
Yeah, it's pretty unique among
Yeah.
A-frames.
Yeah, it's much, it's funny because I've never liked the A-frames, to be honest with you. And when we were up here looking, we used to rent here for years, every winter, the whole winter season, because my wife never wanted it. But then when something happened, we had a collapse at the place we were renting. So I brought her up and I said, let's take a quick look at a couple places. When I showed her this, she fell in love with it.
Oh, well,
And I ended up too, because it's not the typical A-frame.
yeah.
It's
Right,
not a- it's
right.
Very, very unique. But, so anyhow, that's my case, I guess.
Yeah, great. It's so you'll get a second notice in a couple of weeks showing
Okay.
what change, if any, took place.
Okay, I'll send some more, excuse me, I'll send some more photos to you today. And
Okay.
I'm gonna take that second floor and remeasure it, and double check it.
Great.
I'll actually check both.
Okay.
So I'll just make a comment on it in that email, so you'll have it all together.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds great.
Wonderful.
All right,
Great.
thank you for hearing me.
You're
no problem. That's
welcome.
what we do.
Good to meet you.
Okay, take care.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Appreciate it.
And that notice will also mention that there's other options available after you've had this type of hearing to go before other boards of authority to seek a change if it wasn't satisfactory.
Okay.
So
Oh,
it'll tell you
perfect.
all about that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
good. Okay, and I wasn't sure, when I was trying to anticipate how you guys did the assessment. And then, that way my argument would gear towards that. Was that correct? I did here, or should I have taken a different?
Oh, no, well, the reappraisal is done basically heavily weighted for the sales that took place over the past 3 years.
Gotcha.
And because the particular style of your structure, it is a category that is seen as being a type of house that is different. A-frames they're similar in some respects, but yours is a little different.
Right.
So it's being judged as an A-frame, not as
As an
a
A-frame.
ranch or square
Most
footage.
A-frames aren't 4-bedroom. They're only
No,
usually
and
one or two.
the bedroom count doesn't actually change the valuation
Oh,
in the
really?
system, not as an actual data point. It has to be in there to be accurate. It's supposed to be in there. But obviously, people seeking a new house do look at, it's important how many bedrooms there are, but it isn't a direct change of valuation as far as the number goes,
So
the way you might think. But
what bears the most value then?
basically the sales and the year built and the kind of condition it's in and the quality of it. Those are things that are the
Main drivers.
most significant for the structures. Yeah. So it's 1969 apparently.
Yeah.
So yeah, the computer is looking at the condition. If there's special issues about the condition and so on. But basically, what you did here was the most useful, I would say.
Mhm.
Great, thank you.
You're
Okay.
Have a
welcome.
great day.
Have a great
Yep,
day.
you too. Bye.
You guys must have thrilled this is the last day.
Oh, yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, manage, yeah. Thanks.
All right, so it looks like we have Deborah. So Deborah, if you'd like to unmute your microphone.
And you. Hi, you're right on time, huh? So you're
Right?
Sarah?
I am Sarah, yeah. And this
Hi.
is Dan.
Hi, Dan, Deborah, and Paul. So thanks for making the time for us. And I guess we could start by saying we've had our house since just about this time in 2001, and we've never filed a grievance before. And we recognize that since the pandemic, values have gone up, but seeing a 37% increase in the total value and a 77% increase in the house site value is just very jarring to us. The information that we were able to provide to you in the short time since we got the notice doesn't really include any comparable sales, although we haven't had an opportunity to look at the properties that we may mention to you, so we can't guarantee that they're comparable. But what we did send to you, which was information that was readily available, were your own assessments of our neighboring properties, and we attempted to explain in our filed grievance why ours was different, because some of these are even higher values than ours, and some which we think are comparable were lower values. So I don't know if you had any questions on what we submitted, or Paul, if you wanted to add anything on what we submitted.
I just want to, I would like to know.
I did want to ask, do you have a copy of your property card from the assessor's computer system?
No, I didn't have that. I just have the one line report that.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
I didn't have the card. So,
Sarah can email you one. And it's basically all the information that's in the computer. There's two sides to it, and the back side is what has a sketch of the footprint of the house and the different floors and a lot of the interior data about the structure inside. So that's a useful thing for you to have.
Sarah, can you send that to us now?
Yep,
Because
I'm
I'll
gonna
go
send it
access-
right now.
I'll go access it on my phone. I mean, that's one thing we did want to talk about the house. Paul and I were talking. I think it's listed as a 3-bedroom, 3-bath. One of the bedrooms is a room over the garage. And it does have ventilation. It has a window. But it really doesn't function as a full year-round bedroom because it just doesn't have the insulation that's required in the cold. We've attempted to insulate it. We've had people come to put insulation in between the garage ceiling and the floor, and I think in other spots in that room too. And it just hasn't improved it. So I mean, we do use it, but I just wanted to point out that it's
not really a 4-season.
Yeah, it's not really a 4-season bedroom, at least for the winter. But I'll go get and access that card. Thank you, Sarah. Well, if you want to say anything.
Yeah, and while she's doing that, could you just give me a sense of what percentage of this is a function of the house itself, and to what extent you take into account all of the total property?
I'm not sure exactly what is it you.
Well, how much do you, when you're coming up with a value, how much of that depends just on the structure, and how much is taking into consideration the entire piece of land?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
that's the breakdown.
That's clearly it would be on the front side of the property card that Sarah just sent. It shows on the front side where it says residential in big letters. And reading across, it has a history of the most recent reappraisal values. And that is normally broken out into a value for the land and then for the house and any other structures as the next number below that. And then the two total up to the number that was on your notice that was sent to you. So if you have that to look at.
Yes, Deborah's coming right back.
I have the card and I have the notice. Here's
Okay, yeah. So that, the front side is where it says residential in big letters. That's the front.
Mhm.
And if you look at a little ways down, it shows 4 columns of numbers, actually 5. And each one is labeled with the reappraisal year that the value was created. And so reading across horizontally, the topmost number is land. The second number down is the building and structures. And the total is at the bottom of that column.
Right. Got it.
So the land was calculated based on land sales. And then the building is calculated on all of the different factors of the dwelling. And then on the back side, there's a sketch diagram of the basic footprint of all the parts of the house. And then there's the second floor level is sketched separately, just below the top part of the sketch, showing the main part of the house connected to the garage on the upper floor, where you said the bedroom is. So there's no heat in that over the garage then, I guess?
I think there is, but it just.
There is some heat, but it's not. We've been struggling to try to get it to be a little more effective. Actually, we've had people come in and reassess the insulation and add the insulation and so forth. I don't know, it's just very drafty up there. It doesn't stay warm.
Uh-huh.
Right, and it also says that there's a formal dining room, which there isn't. It's just all one open.
Yeah,
space.
it's kind of an obsolete term these days. Is it all open basically?
Yeah, the whole living, dining, kitchen area is all one.
The label doesn't actually carry any valuation data there. It's just an old description that really is kind of outdated.
Right.
So there are, so there's a total of 3 bedrooms if you count the one over the garage. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And 3 bathrooms?
Yes.
Yes.
Where are the bathrooms located? Up and down or?
One is on the ground floor.
Okay.
1 and 2 are on the second floor, one next to the actual bedroom that we use. And there is one also over the garage.
Oh, then there's actually 4
No,
total?
3.
No, that's the third.
Oh, that's the third. Oh, third. Okay. I misunderstood. So one up in the house and one up in the garage. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one over the garage.
Right.
It's the one that's prone to frozen pipes.
Okay. That's not good.
No.
But I guess well, I'm sorry, you keep going if you have questions.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
We had just, the best we could go was not even, sort of questioning necessarily the totality of the assessment, although it'd be interesting to know if it was done sort of statistically by type of house or whether it was a more granular reassessment. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I could explain a little bit of the process. The assessor, the state of Vermont requires towns to use a system that's capable of valuing a whole town. It's called computer assisted mass appraisal. And the assessor uses a deep high-end software system that can do many points of data for every individual house, including things like the number of bedrooms, bathrooms, areas that are heated, living space. And so it's using many different factors simultaneously. And the assessor is a person who is expert at using that software to reappraise whole towns. But at the end, when the valuation comes from the computer itself, he reviews every single property to decide if there are anything factors that aren't in the computer necessarily that he knows about as far as real estate goes, and he will adjust the value if necessary. So it's a fairly complex process, but in the end, it's what the state requires to be done in order to do a reappraisal. So you can go ahead.
No, just again, the information that we had was, you know, based on neighboring appraisals, which is what we included.
Right.
I guess one thing I was wondering, and obviously this can't go back for houses that have been owned forever, but is the purchase price, is that relevant? I mean, that's obviously your starting point, right? Because if you purchased in a high market as opposed to someone who purchased in a low market, does that affect the valuation?
No, the valuation basically uses all of the sales that took place in the past 3 years in the town, all the valid sales. That's really what the reappraisal is main function is to take all of those sale prices. Obviously, the ones most recent would be the ones that took place in that first year of the 3-year period, which ended in March 31st, by the way. So it's the sales that really drive the increase, not necessarily it wouldn't be the sale price of when you bought the house.
That's helpful, but looking for example, if our total value is approximately 583,000, then the Bertles, who are our neighbors up the road, theirs is about 70,000 more.
What house number is that?
It's the first on our list.
Oh, okay.
That is a magnificent house with views of Somerset Reservoir. It has, it's almost 140 acres. It has a gorgeous pond with a boathouse. I mean, there's just absolutely nothing. It's at the very top of the mountain. So not only does it have the reservoir, it has expansive views where we don't, because we're lower down on the mountain. It's just, I mean, I'm not looking to have theirs go up, but I don't understand. I mean, it's a real disconnect to me as to how those properties could be so close in value. And do you want to add anything?
No, which is also why I was asking before, and I can't see the chart right now, but what percentage of this has to do with the land itself as opposed to the dwelling? Because
the land was,
I mean, our property is,
well, the land is valued, the first 2 acres is considered your home site.
okay.
And that carries the largest amount of the value for the total acreage. So the home site gets the large sum, and any acreage above 2 acres gets a much lower rate per acre value, because it's the excess acreage, whatever amount that may be. So that's basically how the land value is broken down.
Well, it just seemed to me, just as a matter of common sense, that, I mean, our 10-acre property is it's kind of secluded.
It's right on Parsons Road.
It's right, yeah, it's all right off the road, so we get road noise, but it's, when we look at the other places, they do have these nice views and they're larger and so forth. I mean, just as a joke almost, we started calling our house No Vista because there's no vista.
But like Fisher too, who interestingly, they bought because I was wondering whether purchase price is relevant. They got a deal when they bought that house, but the house has got many, many bedrooms, a huge kitchen. It's a very tranquil setting. They have a beautiful pond. It's just hard to understand how that property could be assessed at lower than our property.
It's not always obvious what
the
differences. Yeah, go ahead.
540 as opposed to 540. Right, okay.
There could be some significant differences about the property that aren't necessarily showing up in as far as whatever you're able to look at. And so we can't really know exactly what those properties look like. But as far as the assessor's concerned, he has to make decisions based on what he knows about the property. And most of that is in the computer. But there might be factors that also are considered, but we don't really know, exactly what that would be. Yeah, we're running out of time. I'm sorry to say. And so if you would like to submit any other data, you could still do that if you had something else you come across, but it would have to be here by the end of the day at 5 o'clock. So we'd be that could be useful if you think of something that you want to pass on to the assessor.
Okay.
So you will get a second notice in a couple of weeks showing what change, if any, was made. And even if no change was made, you will get a notice like that mailed to you. And it tells about some other options available to go before other people of authority who could make changes that haven't been made by the result of this hearing here. So keep an eye out for that.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you both for your time.
Okay, it's good that you called in, and good luck with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a great day.
Bye.
Another
Okay.
calling in. Howard
Yep.
Miller.
So we have Adam. Adam Grinold is next. And that's all of these. So he has 4 different properties
Oh.
he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
So Adam, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Adam. He has 4 different properties. One is 156 Blue Hill Road. Another is a land lot. Looks like in
Undefined.
yep. And then one is under I want to make sure I'm saying this right. Is it Cygnus?
Yes.
Okay, that's the business name. It's for 3 Ghastly Job Way. And then Cleo's LLC is 13 Beaver Street. All right, so which one did you want to start with?
Balloon's on top of my pile. You mentioned it first. So let's start with
Sure.
that.
So that's
So I guess I will just start with some observations on the comps that I've run. On the immediate area, we have the Stanton Homestead comp. That home was built by the same builder. Historically, over the last 3 assessments, they've been within a few $1,000s of each other. And so in that home has 3.9 acres. It's 2,100 square feet, 3 bedrooms and a shed. Our property is 1.9 acres, 3,000 square feet roughly, and has 3 bedrooms, a shed, and an attached garage and a gazebo. So none of those conditions have changed over the last 3 assessments. And this year, the Stanton property received a 1.4% increase, and we had a doubling of ours. So I don't think it has not stayed in line with those. And so if there's some data I'm missing, I'd want to be notified of that. Another property on the same road, the Spooner property, that has 11.26 acres, is 3,000 square feet, has 4 bedrooms, 4 baths, and a loft area, a detached garage. And in 2020, that was assessed at 355 and is now at 526, again, a 1.4% increase. So if you go through all of the properties on Blue Hill that I've included, they are between 1.4 and 1.5 increase, whereas we have a doubling. So it does not seem that that's consistent with past practices. I'm not aware of any data that has changed on those properties, so I'm not sure how ours could have increased more than the others.
Uh-huh. I did want to mention, my name is Dan.
Oh, hi,
and,
Dan.
Hi. I basically, for the hearings, gather the data that you've submitted here, and any notes that I might make from our conversation. And I don't make any decisions about anything. I'm basically passing this information over for the assessor to review your property and see if there's anything incorrect, and also to look at your submitted documents to see if any of that will be useful for making a change. So you can you continue. And I would say that the basic reason for the increase in the values is the sales that took place over a 3-year period, ending this past March 31st. And it's valid to look at the comps that you have chosen. The reappraisal that's involved for the whole town does use many sales. In fact, all of the sales that took place for that 3-year period are in the computer system that's used. Obviously, the most recent year is the one that's most heavily weighted for creating the valuation. So there has been a big increase, and that's why the state in the house sales. So that's why the state required the town to do this reappraisal to get the values up to where they should be for the whole town.
Understood. But that same data would apply to the other properties in the same region. So for one property to increase more than other properties with historically similar data in the computer, as you referenced, somehow has applied a factor to our property that has separated it further from other similar past assessments. So if there is data that has been applied to our property that's not on our property card or the property cards that I've pulled for the comps, I would request that I be told what that data is. So
it's
that
basically all of the sales in the area.
Yep.
In your area.
Understood.
Yeah.
Right, but the other properties had the same data. Yeah.
Well, that would be something that the assessor will look at, of course. And there may be differences that not every single factor is on this printout. But there could be other factors.
Understood.
Yep. There are some.
So if there are other factors that are not transparent in the process.
Well, I don't handle that part of the process, so I wouldn't have that particular
understood
information.
Okay. So what I'm asking is to maintain the same increase that the other properties received in my region of those comps. which is about a 1.4% increase instead of a doubling. So my
Uh-huh.
target assessment is $390,000 for that property.
Oh, okay. What did you say, 390?
Yes,
Okay. Well, I'll make a note of that here.
thank you.
Yeah.
So the Ghastly Barn lot is the other one. So that's
Oh,
barn and land.
That would be this one.
That one
oh,
was a year ago, just a year ago, assessed at 28,000. You folks gave that a new assessment a year ago because of a change in a subdivision. So
Oh, okay.
that property was then assessed at 64,630, and then today is assessed at 96,260. So that's a tripling of its value. This year's card, the only thing you get as a property owner is this one pager. And on this one pager, this property now has a homestead value of 28,330, whereas before it has never been broken out like that. So I have a question to what that homestead value is, why it wasn't on my new assessment just a year ago, and what it represents.
Yeah, there's a structure on the land.
There's a pole barn Morton building.
Pole barn, what building? I'm sorry.
A Morton construction, so a metal shed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, oh, I think I remember this from last year. You came in
Yes.
when Deb was here.
Yes.
With us, yeah. So that's basically, I'm not sure why it doesn't show up for that first column of numbers. But the most recent column it's showing that number represents the Morton building.
So a year ago, you folks assessed the building at $18,000.
Yeah.
Not even a year ago, using then current data. And you assessed the property at 36,000.
Yeah.
And now this year you've added a homestead value of 28,000.
Yeah, it's basically it's due to the sales of properties. And I can't speak to where it's labeled as homestead. It's just basically the valuation if a house if it's buildable property.
So I feel that that's a mistake, an error. It's not consistent. I have several citations of other barns on land that have not been attributed a homestead valuation in this recent appraisal.
So what he's looking at is the assessment notice.
Yeah.
And it shows the homestead and house site was only given the amount of the building.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if it should have the whole amount.
That would be, I wouldn't know about that.
I know, I'm wondering.
I mean, this looks correct on printed card. But I'm not sure why that's like, it's the same number.
Right,
That's
right. I just, because the assessment he got is gonna show him this.
Yeah.
And so that's just the amount of the building.
Yeah.
So that might be something we'll have to ask Russ about.
Do you have a copy of the property card for this parcel?
I do.
You do?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. So it's correct there. And Sarah was
We're gonna
looking-
look further into this homestead house site values
great.
that came through. That's just, it gets, basically it's information that's pulled from our assessment system, and it gets pulled into this other system where we generate our notices. So it might just be an error of where things were put in, how it pulled into the billing side.
Okay, but the property card that's available online is last year's property card.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah, the
like you haven't
property,
gone
the
and
property
updated.
cards are still a year behind online.
Yeah.
So-
So that value regardless, last year the value was 64,000 and today it's 96,000. A year and, predating this grievance a year ago, the property value, the entire value.
Maybe he should get a copy of the property card that we
He
have
does
here.
have, you
Oh,
have the most current property card, right?
Just the ones that are available online.
Oh, okay.
that's-
So I can send you the new
Yeah,
ones, the
yeah.
24 ones.
Oh, are those available?
Not online, not yet, because
Okay.
our grand list hasn't been finalized yet.
But you can get one for the purposes of this hearing. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't, yeah.
She's going
I
to send
can
it.
understand that. Great.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm looking to for evaluation to maintain the 64,630. I think that homestead value was not in previous work that you've done, and it's just been added to it. So either the building value needs to go down to accommodate the addition of the homestead value, or the land value, I'm not sure which, but to have last year's grievance, which you did reduce the value less than a year ago, and then add an increase and a new homestead valuation of 28,000. It feels like there's an error in there somewhere.
Okay. Yeah.
On the property for 67 West, I've attached several comps as well.
Okay.
I'm using the most recent appraisal valuations for 24 Shafter Street. It's a 3.3 acres of 4-family with a barn and is valued at 310,000. 26 Shafter Street is 0.22 acres, a 3-family similar to the property I'm grieving, with a barn similar to the property I'm grieving. $290,000 valuation. And the property I'm grieving has been given a $365,000 valuation. So assuming you're not using an income basis for this appraisal and it's strictly sales, the comparisons, my effective age and any of the data available on the property cards does not indicate a real difference between these properties, yet there's a $75,000 difference in valuation. So I'm looking for an assessed value of $290,000 for the 67 West
Okay.
property. And then I think the last one, which is the Haystack Highlands, or the Haystack Saddle Ridge property. That is just, that was a tripling. It's 500 to 1,500.
Okay.
And, these things are coming up on tax sale. So I don't know how recent comps could drive those values up when the only times they're for sale is through the town of Wilmington's tax sale.
Yeah. Yeah, we're aware of the situation of all of those parcels that were valued at $500. And I don't know the exact reason for the change, but it was pretty uniform, I guess, across most of them to go to the $1,500 value. So there might be some information at some point about why they were changed uniformly, but it's not something I have at the moment to
Okay, great.
pass on to you. But yeah, we had a few other people who came with the same type of parcel.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So-
and they're obviously unbuildable.
Yeah.
So you can't build on them. So there's really been no change in their value.
Yeah.
So an increase in the assessment does not seem appropriate.
Well, I would for this particular property, I would suggest over the next week or so, we might get some information about that that increase, and you could email Sarah at some point. Perhaps you will be getting a second notice for each of these properties in about 2 weeks. So when you get that notice, if it shows any change or no change, you could maybe email Sarah, and by then we can get some idea of what the reason for that particular uh, parcel increase was.
And would that apply to all of the parcels that she's going to be
No, well,
providing
no,
details on?
basically for this one, because it was part of a uniform large group of the similar properties. So
Got it.
for this particular one, that would be something you could do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think those are all my comments. I think received the comps that I've had. I do have a couple additional comps for the empty barns that I can share that have not had homestead rates applied to them, if that's necessary. Otherwise, I think there's probably, that it is being applied to this property uniquely. I could find no other barn site with a new homestead applied.
Which parcel was that? The barn?
That's the 3 Ghastly Job Way.
Oh, well, it's a Morton building though, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that the one you're calling a barn or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have a couple other comps that have just barns, empty buildings on them, not homes. And those properties have not received a homestead valuation addition
Okay.
in this appraisal.
We don't have paperwork for those though, is that correct?
That's correct. I did that last night.
Oh, okay. Well, you could submit that still if you do it by 5 o'clock today.
Great.
That would be useful. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Excellent. Well, I know you have other folks to tend to today, so appreciate the time, and I'll look forward to next steps.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely.
And the notice will also inform you about the grievance process afterwards from this hearing, like the BCA and that sort of thing. So there'll
Great.
be some information in your notice about that.
All right. Thanks so much.
Okay,
Thank you, Adam.
good luck.
You bet.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we have our next person isn't till 11:45, so I'm gonna pause and we'll take a quick break. Okay. So this person actually, now that I'm thinking about this, Howard is on right now. I don't know. Yeah, but not till 12:45. So I'm wondering, Howard, are you available? Did you want to do your meeting now, or did you want to wait till the time that we had you scheduled for? I can see that you're logged on. So if you wanted to unmute, that's up to you. What they type in when they log in. So you type your first or last name and then your email address, or when you register for Zoom. Yeah, he might have just logged on so that he's in for when his meeting is. I could shoot him a quick email. Just the fact that we're so ahead of schedule here. Let's see. bothers me. We have a whole half an hour to spare at this point. But I could use it to call somebody. Waiting to see if this person wants to talk. They're in, but we're like ahead. I know. Yeah.
Pretty sure the way wrestling. So that the information.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
So we'll have a short lunch today. Just because I'm trying to fit everybody.
Yeah.
Like I don't, yeah, I just didn't want to, I don't want to have to go more than today. I'm done with.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. Just say,
All right. So Vincent, and is it Belcastro?
yes,
Okay, and he's here for 115 Old Town Road. So I'm Sarah. I'm the one that you emailed back and forth with.
yep.
And this is Dan. He works for the assessor.
Hi, Vincent.
Hello, Dan.
All right. So
And who is Howard Miller?
that's just somebody that's logged in, maybe listening. It is
Oh.
an open meeting, so anyone can listen.
Okay,
There's nobody currently in here, but we have a whole room in front of us, but there's no one sitting in here right now.
okay.
All right. Do you want to tell him a little about?
Oh, so,
anything?
yeah, so, as she said, I work for the assessor.
Yeah.
And for the purposes of this hearing, I gather whatever information you give us, here today, either verbally, or I do have printout of the documents that you already, sent us.
Mhm.
And I will be, passing that all on to the assessor for him to, review your property with.
Yeah.
And possibly make some change in the valuation.
Yes.
So you're welcome to start
Sure.
bringing forward your issues. Yeah.
Yeah, so a couple of issues. The other one I didn't list on there is 112 Old Town Road. That's sold on 1021. That's right across the street from me. Similar size property. Little older, obviously this is newer construction, but that sold for 505 on 1021. And arguably that was a better market for second homes. It was in the height of COVID and rates were certainly stronger. And I think that's my whole look. I'm a corporate banker, just to let you know. I track money markets, mortgage markets, and all that stuff every day. There's Bloomberg on my background right now. That's what I do for a living. So I'm very attuned to where the markets are. And I would say one thing, your assessments are a little, in my mind, dated and not realistic given what's going on in the current markets. For one, we have rates that are considerably higher, more than double, than 22 and even the early part of 23, when arguably latter half of 21, all of 22, early half of 23, we had much stronger real estate markets. We had much, much better rates. People were tapping out their primary homes to remortgage at lower rates and put them into second homes. And on top of that, there was the whole, you know, not wanting to be in the big cities part of COVID, which fueled, let's face it what it is, fueled a lot of the growth in our area, right? And I've been there for 36 years, guys. It's not my first rodeo with this. This is 36 years of this is my third home now, two in Wilmington and one in up by Searsburg. So, you know the area. So on top of the ones I sent you, you have that sale, which is directly across the street from me, okay, in a stronger market. And I would say the same thing goes other than 79 Wilmington. That's a Berkeley and Beller listing that just closed at 524. Very similar property traits, $670,000, considerably below where you have mine assessed. And then 161, 162 Ware, that sold for 875 to be fair to you on 823. But that house is 1,000 square feet bigger than mine. Okay. I ruled out 5 Haystack in a way because that is right on Haystack Road and Route 9, and that needed a lot of work. But if you consider even 92 White's Road, about the same size, arguably you could say White's is a little bit more desirable. 480, that was only a 3-bed, 3-bath. And then the rest go on, right? Even 10 Large Maple Way, smaller property, but there's a lot of amenities in Chimney Hill where I used to live for 20 years that people really like, and that only went for 710. So, you know, and look, I may have 10 acres, but let's face it, 8 of them are not usable. It's either, you know, very hilly, where you couldn't develop it without significant amounts of capital, and not able to build on. So, you know, I took the best part of what I could have that has access to the road and made the best of it because it was a very expensive wet lot to build on. So we've got new home sales, according to Bloomberg, that are the slowest in the last 2 months over the last 2 to 3 years. That's right out of Bloomberg. You can look at that. Mortgage rates are triple what they were at the height of the real estate boom, right? And on top of that, listing days from 22 to 23 are up considerably. We're getting back to a period of time where you used to have multiple offers on these properties and they'd go in days and weeks, if not a month. And it's not uncommon to see houses on the market sitting 300 plus days, 200 plus days, like it was pre-pandemic. So we're back to those. I have no services. I have no garage, which is a value detector. I have an unlike Valley View in Westover, which you could sort of say this road is becoming a little like that. They're paved, we're not. Often the road is close to unpassable in late March, early April because of mud. We have ruts that are, you know, 10 feet deep. I'm being facetious, but they're very deep, and it requires me to have a 4-wheel drive truck to be able to get up that road. And often, even in the summer, it's a pothole, so I'm getting no services. Forget the school and all that. I'm happy to support it. I understand that. But we're not getting any services on that road other than basic maintenance. Okay, another value detractor. And on top of that, I have several unsightly homes that have either dumpsters in the front all the time, containers in the front all the time, old abandoned cars in the front all the time. I'm sorry, people are allowed to live the way they want on their property, but nonetheless, they're value detractors because even when we did have the house up, and by the way, this house was for sale for 6 months. The listing expired in a much stronger market in 2022. I never got an offer. The best valuation I got was from Adam Palmer, who said the house is worth somewhere in the range of mid-7s. We took a stretch and listed it at 980 with with Rich, what is the name of his business? He lives up by me. The Deerfield Valley Real Estate. We received no offers. Okay, because it was priced too high, but that's what I've got into it. And reality of the matter is that was after 6 months with 15, 20 listings. So I didn't even get an offer for $800,000 or something. I didn't get an offer. So truth of the matter is the market has spoken, and the market is basically telling me this house is not worth what you have it listed at, what you have it valued at. So I would ask you to consider all that because these are huge detractors to what the overall value is for that road, unfortunately. and that location. And I'll tell you the truth, had I known, I wouldn't have even, that I was gonna be in this situation, I would have just stayed in Chimney Hill, to be quite frank with you. But anyway, that is what it is. So I have no idea where you're getting your numbers from, but they're not correct. Especially for a house without a garage and without anything in the way of services.
Do you have a hypothetical market value that you think would be somewhat like realistic?
I think in this market, 700,000 is a realistic number for that house.
Okay.
It's got it, you know, you got to go up steps. The other thing too is because of the way the driveway slopes, we had no choice given the way the land was situated. You basically can't walk right into the house. You have to, in the winter, we have a winter entrance through the back, and you have to open the slider and then go up a full flight of stairs. Okay, landing, regular set of stairs, landing, then another set of stairs, or you go up the front stairs through the porch, but none of them are level, which is yet a further, apparently, I didn't know this. They're very common in New Jersey, but this is a detractor in Vermont, according to the real estate agents, both Rich Kaplan and both Adam Palmer. So, you know, that's my case. I just think, look, unfortunately, this is way out of range for what, you know, what you think this house is worth. And I've given you the data to show it to you, so. And please make note of 112 Old Town Road, which once again, very similar house to mine, 4-bedroom, obviously it's older, right across the street, 1021, in a much stronger market, 505.
Okay, yeah, that's a big difference.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Well, what will happen is I've taken some notes here, and along with your printed material that we have, this will go to the assessor. He'll be reviewing all the details about your property along with this information over the next couple of weeks or so. And you will be getting a second notice in about 2 weeks to show what, if any, change took place in the valuation from the original one that you got in your mail. So that notice will go out in about 2 weeks, and it'll have some information about other options for you to get other board of authorities to consider making a change after this part is done. If you don't receive a change that you consider satisfactory, but it would just be a matter of waiting for that notice to come.
Okay.
And
so what happens in that version of the next steps? Do, you know, are my taxes theoretically due and then I still get to fight you, or not? Because look, I'm happy to do this on my own. I have enough data, but at the next point, if we don't get progress here, I'm gonna have to retain an attorney, because I really do unfortunately think you're not, the town, the assessor is not taking into consideration what current, which is not anything I haven't experienced before, even here. The market data is flawed because it's unfortunately, I would say, lagging, not current, and that's very normal when you look at historical sales. But I would anticipate our market, given my market knowledge of finance in general, to continue to show weakness over the coming months and year. Outside of the, you know, $10 million properties and $5 million properties people building, that's not the normal market for here. That's not the normal market. That's very rich people that choose to want to spend money on real estate. That should not affect the local market as a whole. Those are outliers, and there's not a lot of them. So at the end of the day, when you look at normal homes like this that are reasonable 2,500 square foot homes, there is generally a slowdown in real estate. So at the end of the day, I think you have to take that into consideration because your data is lagging, and that's not abnormal with appraisals in general, whether it's industrial machinery, whether it's industrial real estate, or in my history of 38 years as a commercial banker, it is absolutely normal to have this. But if we don't get to a reasonable place, then I am going to hire an attorney, because I just feel that this is not realistic.
well, yeah, I can easily explain the notice. When you get that notice, there's about 2 or 3 further steps. So the first one after this hearing would be the Board of Civil Authority. And that's a board of town members who have the ability to make changes in valuations. They would probably want to see, at the very least, the documents you've submitted here and perhaps other more detailed documentation. So that would be something you would find out when you get that notice. You can look into what the BCA, as it's called, Board of Civil Authority, what they require for their hearings. And one of the other things that people sometimes do is have an appraisal done for the purposes of the reappraisal that have created the value you have now. It used all the sales that were available that were valid for a 3-year period ending with this past March 31st. So that's where the sales and information comes from. And all of the valid sales are used in the reassessment.
Yeah, but with all due respect, that's pretty subjective, right? I mean, the appraiser could pick whatever sales he wants to focus in on within reason that look and feel the same and get to his desired place. And once again, that's lagging data. And I understand it. That's the market. I'm not telling you you're doing anything wrong other than you have lagging data, given where the slowdown in the market is currently primarily caused by the rate increases.
Well, yeah, it actually is the state that requires what time period they use for the sales. It isn't really a choice. Obviously, the most recent year would be the one that would carry the most weight. But other than that, I wouldn't have much knowledge about how the actual computation ends up creating the new values. But it is done the way the state requires, and they do monitor how these things get done. So we have to have some faith that it's being done correctly. But it's obviously your right to your valid estimate of what you think it's worth is totally appropriate. And so I'll be passing that on to the assessor.
Okay. And you said it takes 2 weeks more or less to get the letter?
About 2 weeks to get the new notice.
Okay. Well, I'll be looking forward to it.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, it's good that you called in.
Yeah, and if required, will the assessor have access to this videotaping?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Yep, everything's recorded.
Yep.
Okay.
And that if you have any more questions in the meantime, feel free to shoot me emails as they come up, or once you have your notice, if you have questions on that, you can feel free to reach out to me.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Have a wonderful day.
You
Bye.
too. I'm on disconnect.
We record all our meetings just as part of the open meeting.
Okay.
So I'm Sarah, the one you've been emailing with.
Hi,
and
Sarah.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
And this is Dan. He works for the assessor.
Okay. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Howard.
And I'm Fran Flynn.
Hi, Fran.
Hi, nice to meet you. Thanks, Sarah, for organizing all these appointments.
Oh yeah, it's been crazy, but we're at the end of it here, so it's a good feeling.
Yeah. So I'm here to basically gather the information that you are submitting, as well as taking notes wherever necessary, and passing that information over to the assessor, who will be determining what change, if any, to make based on the information that you've submitted, and anything else he finds that might be incorrect in the data. So you're welcome to start your description issues.
Okay. So first, do you have the paperwork that we sent in?
Yes.
Have you had a
Yes.
chance to review it?
No, I haven't. Basically, that's really the assessor's part. I do when I get a chance to try to look at things, but I didn't get a chance to read yours. If you can describe what's in the letters, I'll take notes as well along the way.
Okay. There are two main points in our paperwork. Our cabin was completed at the very end of 2019, had an assessment obviously in 2020 during COVID. So they didn't get a chance to actually come in. We ended up providing photographs to the listers at that point. But the 2 points that we brought up in the grievance on this is in Chimney Hill, when you do a DRL, which is basically designating a neighboring lot as not to be built on, that's required to actually do your septic, because the Vermont septic laws require not only the septic leach field, but a second one. So we now have the 2 lots, but it's a single lot now, according to, and we gave the information. It's recorded in Wilmington as a single lot. It's 0.59 acres, so under an acre. And the assessments for 313 of the Chimney Hill lots that are similar to ours are all at 25,000, and ours is listed at 35,000. So our first thought is that should be corrected to the single lot $25,000 amount.
Okay.
For contrast, we have one neighbor on our road who also has 0.75 acres. He combined 3 lots, put 2 DRLs in. Are you familiar with the DRL program?
So one thing I
She-
can say about that is if you're saying it's legal you've already done the deed process and through zoning here in the town.
We did. Yep.
Okay, so you guys, I'm sure are fine. I'm just gonna double check on my end here to make sure it's right in our system. Not everyone understands they have to come and see zoning and actually do a new deed. So a lot of times people who have 2 and 3 lots in Chimney Hill end up looking like they have 3 home sites.
Right.
Exactly.
So unfortunately, there's that extra step, but it sounds like you did everything correctly.
Yeah, and we have the paper. It's listed in our notes. Is the legal description that in the book and the page in the town records of Wilmington.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, because our neighbor who has 3 of the lots, but also similar, but ours is 0.59, his is 0.75 thereabouts. His is listed at 25,000 in the grand list. And on the other side of us is the Willard property, which is 7.5 acres, and they're listed at $37,000. So, that just didn't make any sense with ours being 35,000. So that was one point.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the second point is again, we were assessed in 2020 and they relooked at us in 23. Hang on, I'm flipping papers. We're in the car, as you can tell.
Yeah, we were just assessed.
So the assessment went up 43% from last year to this year. 43% is huge. And so just to do a little bit of homework, we checked on Zillow and on Redfin, and Zillow says Wilmington Vermont home values went up year over year 4%. Redfin says 4.6%. So if you just average those to 4.3%, again, in our paperwork, we said last year's assessment was $308,000 for the house. Adding 4.3% should be $13,244. So the assessment we would have expected to be $321,244. Instead, it's $441,700 or 43% in 1 year. That's page 4 on my paperwork.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't have too much to say about that. The assessor would be the one who would have used valid sales to create your new value. He's required to use all of the sales that took place over a 3-year period in town, ending with March 31st of this year. And so those sales are the main driver of the new valuations. And there would be sales that ended up creating your new value. So I don't have much else to say about that as far as explanation.
I guess what I'd like to confirm is, because we did a grievance 3 years ago because we were also listed as 4 bedrooms, 3 baths. and we're only
Okay.
3-bedroom, 2-bath. It was built by Ryan right at the bottom of Chimney Hill.
Yeah, that's been corrected. Yeah.
Right. The one thing they did, just to note at the time, when they realized the error of the extra bedroom and bath, is they reduced our assessment $1,000 for the bedroom and $1,000 for the bathroom, which at the time, the real estate gentleman that was in our meeting said bedrooms and bathrooms are assessed normally between $25,000 to $35,000. So that when they reduced our assessed amount, they only came down $2,000 for removing one bedroom and one bathroom. Ultimately, when it went through, they ended up raising it 40 something thousand after I went in to correct it from 4 to 3. So they increased it 40 something thousand after we told them we had less rooms. So we just like to make sure that we have our lister's card, which is currently correct.
Yeah, I should explain about the grievance hearings, change of assessment. It's standard procedure when another reappraisal takes place. Those changes from the BCA are canceled out, and you basically have to reapply for if you want to grieve for the same type of valuation that they did. It's just standard procedure. So that would be the reason why your value is where it is right now.
So my question is, are all 3-bedroom, 2-bath houses going up 43%? I mean, 43% seems egregiously large.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any information about what all the others are doing, but the assessor would obviously look for the evidence to make a change. But at this point, it's the BCA value is not there because that's the way it normally has to be done.
What is the BCA value?
What have they done?
What does BCA value mean? I don't know.
Oh, that's the value that was created by the grievance hearing that you had in 2020. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so what other issues did you have about the valuation?
Again, those are the two things: correcting the land value and just we felt 40% was really a great 1 year.
Even relative to current sales.
Yeah.
I have looked at current sales, and 43% from when they had us so high in 21 to have 43% in the last year. It just didn't make sense with current sales. And I'm sure there's documentation that he must have that showed that within the last year, the houses went up, 50% to 43% from the year prior. I would like, can we see that afterwards? The comps that are used?
Actually, it's not really anything that can be produced for basically the reappraisal uses all of the valid sales. They are arranged. There is some creation of areas that seem similar, and so the values for that area that's determined, a certain areas that have similar houses and land and so on. But as far as the comps go, it's the software, the system that's uses all of the available sales that took place in the town. And I did want to mention the information as far as the sales go only used information up to March 31st and going back in time for a 3-year period. Those are the sales that got used for the town.
Right, the last 3. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And so if you're looking at comps, you do want to make sure that they took place at least no later than March 31st.
Yeah, yes.
You could still supply the the assessor with some further information if you have something else you want to submit, but it would have to be by the end of the day today at 5 o'clock. In case that's something that you find during the next few hours. And you can email that directly to Sarah at her email address. So you'll get a second notice about 2 weeks from now, and it will show what, if any, change took place. And that will also be showing you some information about the further steps, including the BCA, that the Board of Civil Authority. It will mention what options are still available to you at that time when you get that notice. Yeah, I guess that's, I have made a note about what you have explained here today, and we've got your papers that you, documents that you submitted. So all of that will be going to the assessor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Well, yeah, you're quite welcome. It's good that you called in.
Okay, thanks. Thanks,
right.
Sarah.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Howard.
Hello. Hi. Are you
All
Sarah?
right. I'm Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I just want to say, first of all, thank you for squeezing me in today because my puppy wants to come in. I didn't check my undeliverable until this morning. Really bad. Hold on. Coming. Not stubborn.
So he submitted.
Sorry, I'm back. I just had to let my dog in.
My email.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I had my email went to .com and not .us, and
Right.
I'm sure I'm not
That's
the
all
only
right.
one.
We figured it out, and here we are.
I'm glad I figured it
It
out
worked
before
out.
before the last day. I also just sent you a list of the work that I just took a look in with respect to Zillow properties that have sold. And
I have it right here.
yeah, I can't, I'm not knowing the area that well as I should, and I don't know if those are exact matches, but they're all in the right range. There's a lot of properties that were between, I think I wrote it so I can pull it up. 3 to 4 and 4 to 5, and then I put a range 350 to 5. I think there was like 26 properties that sold. Some are obviously more like mine than others. Yeah, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you that, property prices have gone up maybe too much.
Oh yeah.
And I understand that there's a reassessment, but I'm in the financial world, and I have been. And I was in real estate for a while. I own another property. And just because somebody's willing to pay, it doesn't actually mean that that's the value it's going to be in a couple of years, right? Because we all saw what happened in 2008, right? And so I mean, I bought my house here in New Jersey in 2005, and then it took me until now to come back to the value that I paid in 2005. So, I mean, I know you guys don't set the rules and the laws, but just an FYI, I feel like it just sort of pricing is cyclical, right? So we know if this growth rate in price was sustainable, then these properties would be double in value in another 3 years. And if that is sustainable, then our dollar wouldn't buy us, anything. You're going to go to Shaw's, and it's going to cost you, instead of, $50 a shop, it's going to cost you $100 because your dollar's worth half as much. And I hope that doesn't happen. So I also put on the property, my list there, that the property on my street sold recently for $69,000. That's just the property. Now, I don't even know if that actually is a good thing or a bad thing for me. I think my property is like 3.5 acres. They sold 13 acres for $69,000. So on that same pricing range, that would put my property at $20,000. I don't even know if that helps me or hurts me in your valuation, but
Hi, I'm Dan, and I work for.
Hi, Dan. Nice to meet
I
you.
basically gather whatever information you're submitting, as well as taking notes while we're discussing the property. I did want to mention that for the purposes of the reappraisal, only sales up to March 31st are part of the process, going back 3 years' time from this past March 31st. Just to
That's
keep
most
that
of
in
the,
mind,
yeah.
if you're
That's
looking for
most of the ones I think
comps.
that's most of the ones I pulled out in comps. I can
Okay,
take a
yeah.
look. I mean, I didn't know that going when I was quickly doing my research.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think I saw anything that was that recent. I did see that
Okay,
there's really
yeah.
not
I
too
only
much.
mentioned it because some people did, wouldn't have known that and might have been looking at sales that happened after March 31st.
Yeah, well, the truth is there's not that many sales, right? In Wilmington.
Well,
and
actually, the reappraisal uses all of the available valid sales
right.
that took place in that 3-year period.
And how do
Obviously,
they put my house in sort of a category based on what? Based on property size and house size?
well, I don't have too many details to offer because it's not part of my work uh, for the assessor. But yes, it's basically using many factors and many data points, but there is some uh, uh, notice of areas that are similar tend to get grouped together for their reappraisal. But there's many other factors as well: the house type, the age,
Right.
and other things. And the land valuation is a totally separate calculation. And again, that uses sales.
Right.
There aren't that many. Usually, there aren't a lot of vacant land sales. So the assessor has to make do with what sales there were. But obviously, from his experience, he will make adjustments from whatever the computer's calculating in case, because he may know things that are not in the computer per se.
Is the assessor specific to Wilmington or is that a Vermont assessor?
Yeah, no, he's a reappraisal contractor and he is also the assessor here temporarily until they hire a permanent assessor because they just last year stopped having a board of 3 listers. I don't know if you were aware of the process here in town. In Vermont, the original setup was to have 3 elected official people who would be the listers, as they're called. They would be people who would either have some real estate background or they also do some training courses when they become a lister. But the towns are doing away with that in certain towns, which is allowed by the state, and instead having a contracted assessor who is hired like any other person would be hired based on experience and so on. But the town hasn't yet decided who they will end up getting for a permanent assessor. So the reappraisal contractor who's doing this reappraisal just ended up becoming the assessor temporarily.
Okay.
So he has a lot of experience with Vermont towns, especially smaller ones like this, relatively speaking, and has a long experience with the state-approved software system that he uses for the calculation of values. So he reviews those as they are created in the computer and makes a judgment based on his knowledge of the properties and may make adjustments to whatever is coming out from the calculations. So there is some notice of what locations sales are from, and as I said, things like house type and age and condition and
Okay. So
do you have a copy of the property card by any chance?
I sent an email because Sarah sent it to me. The card itself, it seemed to have the detail what you sent me, and I just sent back to you. Is that the property card?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
I
So
do.
the backs.
I can
the
pull it up.
backside of that has a sketch of the uh, areas of the house.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull up. Hold on one second. So did I get two sides? Oh, look at that. I didn't even notice. I
Yeah.
didn't even go down to page 2. Okay.
So that backside has a whole, on the left-hand side of it, has several things that details about the interior, number of bedrooms and bathrooms, heating system type, and so on.
Two of those bedrooms are in the basement. Does that matter? I mean, they're not, I mean, one of them has no windows. Is that
Did you say two of the rooms?
two of the bedrooms I'm seeing
Two of the
accommodations in my
Um,
house? Two of them are in the basements or the below grade.
Yeah. Yeah, actually the in the room count where the data is entered, there isn't actually a change in um, valuation for the room count, whether they're bedrooms or a den or an office. In that case, it would just be basically what the living space, the dimensions of it, the square footage and so on. Is there anything else in the basement? Is there a bathroom in the basement?
There is a bathroom in the basement. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Bathroom count does change the valuation regardless of where they
But
are.
I think that's
Yeah.
already known. I mean, that's not new.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm just checking to make sure. So it says 3 total, and so 1 is in the basement,
Yes.
and the other 2 are those one on each floor or both on one floor?
One's on each floor.
Okay. So we do have a section of this in the computer to put which floors they are on. And does the basement get heat from the main central heating system?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And that would be, is it hot water propane?
Hot water propane. Yes.
So that would be baseboards, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that seems to be correct.
Heating, hot water, fixed sink, plumbing.
And there is one fireplace in the house?
Correct.
Okay. And so, did you have any, well, you can still look over the property card.
So, no, well, I'm not really, this
Yeah.
part isn't really refuting the house. I just assumed you guys had the right house. And
Yeah.
all the information. I think what I was trying to say is just the valuation is not sustainable.
Right.
And that there are sales now that are, the ones that I showed which were less less than 500,000. And I think you guys have me at 600 and something. It was tough to read how I was.
Yeah, 604. Do you have a hypothetical market value that you think would be?
I mean, I probably think, reality is I probably could sell it for 500, I'm sure. I mean, I would think that would probably be a fair assessment.
Yeah.
We're all living in, you guys live in houses too, and you see an inflated, we see inflated pricing. We see inflated pricing in every asset class.
Yeah.
So, I guess my next question, while we're here talking about it, they haven't set a rate that they're going to determine what the pricing will be at, or is there
No. No.
So basically they'll back into a rate, I guess, based on a budget?
Yeah, and so this the result of the changes from these hearings has to first be added to the to all the data for the values, and that will then go to the state, and the state will then approve that, and then after that there will be determining the tax rate. So it means that you probably won't see, you will get a notice in about 2 weeks to show what, if any, change took place for your valuation from this hearing. And so that would come in about 2 weeks, and that will tell you about the other options to further seek change, like the BCA that you had a grievance in 2020, I guess.
Yeah, in 2020, I think I
Yeah.
had it. And
I
also
should
agree.
mention also that any changes that were made by the BCA or other entities for that valuation, it's standard procedure that those changes are cleared out for the next when the next reappraisal uh, takes place, and so it's a standard process where you basically sort of have to start over if you want to still have a change for the same reasons that you went the first time with the grievance with the
So,
BCA.
so what is the process from here after this, which I agree that most of the data is, I'm assuming is correct, although I'm not very good at reading the statement and what really matters. It's just seems like a map, no air conditioning. I'm not sure which of these things even matter.
Oh, well, basically everything matters. The software system has hundreds of data points. This is just the basic ones that are most relevant.
Height, two, asphalt shingles, framing, slab. I don't know what these slab numbers mean, but I guess that's okay. Wood clapboards, that's all right. Interior finish, I don't know what B and 1.0 are.
Some of it is kind of coded for the computer system.
Dark exteriors. I mean, nothing's really changed essentially in the house since
Yeah.
I've had it. So, well, so if we go through a grievance here, what is the process going forward?
Oh,
So after this, to just check the data and reassess and just give me information or.
So you'll get another second notice that looks a lot like the change of appraisal notice you already received. That you'll get in about a couple weeks, I'd say. We have a week to put all of our information from grievance hearings into the system and basically give anybody that came to grievance a second look, kind of. And and then we issue result of grievance notices. And it'll show if any changes were made, you'll get one even if changes were not made. But it also details on the bottom any details of how you'd be able to take the next step if you wanted to go further in the appeal process.
Okay, so I'll get a letter and you'll say, you know, we've lowered your thing $5,000, accept or decline, or kind of thing, or something like that, or. And then you guys would just process it. Then we're done at that point. All right. There's that. I mean, I don't think I'm going to go through a second grievance. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of people. So,
well, the second part isn't through us. So the second part actually goes through the BCA, which is the Board of Civil Authority, which the assessor does take part in, but it's a board of town people that that essentially sit here and hear your further grievance. It's a lot more detailed, a lot more goes into it. This is just your first initial hearing to basically give what you believe might be issues on the property card, issues with what you think about the assessment, that kind of thing. So there would be a next step if you wish to go through that. What happens right now is the assessor will give it a second look and decide if changes should have been made. And then once you get that notice, that's your notice of your new final assessment. If you decide you want to appeal that new assessment, the next steps will be listed on there, essentially the same as the first one you received. You'll have a deadline of and how to appeal.
Okay, so in summary, it looks like most of the data that I can see is correct. I think the valuation's a little high. I don't think it's worth $604,000. I suppose if you find some, you know, if we're marketing it to stupid people that want to overpay for things, well, I guess it's possible. But I think the assessment should be a little bit lower, although I do recognize that over time, 3% a year probably is about right. But this was I think a 50% raise, and I'm sure what was the average raise across the town? Was there an average?
No, there wasn't really an average per se.
It varies up and down. There's no real pattern to get any kind of real average. Some went up a lot more than yours. Some went up quite a bit less. But it all depends on the actual house and the characteristics. So two houses may look very similar and have, on the outside, but they could be very different on the inside. There's other factors that wouldn't be obvious at first, but there must be something that there are things that would create larger
Okay.
changes.
No, that's probably about it. And I guess that's it. Is there any information that I should be providing now that might be helpful or that I would have off the top of my head without doing too much research?
I can't think of anything, as long as you have submitted some comps already.
Mhm.
That should be usable by the assessor. So I can't actually think of anything.
Okay.
You might.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. And I have one more question, I guess, is with respect to the rate, is it a Vermont state rate or is the rate that's going to be charged based on the value specific to Wilmington?
What rate are you talking about?
Well, normally, I mean, the way a property tax is considered is it takes a value times a rate, right? And that
the
would,
tax
that
rate.
would, yeah,
No, it would be specific to Wilmington.
to Wilmington. So you guys
Yeah.
get all your data together and then match your budget up or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been coming to Wilmington since, actually it was Westover originally, since 1980. When did I start coming there? 81 was my first winter there. So I love it there and I'll never leave. So just try not to make it too painful for me.
Okay.
I mean, I plan to move there full time within the next 5 years, and that was always my plan, but I'm only there
Oh, that'll be
part
good.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think that's everything for me.
Okay.
So I'll hear something in a couple weeks or so. Is that how it
Yes,
works?
you'll just wait. Yeah. What I would do is just watch out in the mail for that notice. And that'll give you your new appraisal amount.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your time, guys. I'm sure you have more meetings to get to. I see Timothy waiting in line there. So
Yeah.
I guess I'll go.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Appreciate it.
Okay.
You too. Have a great
I
day.
appreciate the work you do, as painful as it might
You're
feel.
welcome.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Hello. Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you, Tim?
I'm doing all right.
All right. So
Let me
this
know
is,
when you guys are ready to go.
and Tim, your last name is Trainer?
Trainer.
Trainer. And for 25 Ives Road.
Yeah.
So I'm Sarah. I'm the one you've been emailing with.
Yep.
And this is Dan Bodwin. He works for the assessor.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Dan. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. So I should mention that I work for the assessor here in town. My job today here is basically to gather whatever information you're giving us, including notes that I might take about our discussion. And all of that will be going to the assessor over the next week or so. And he'll be re-examining your property value and all the details in the computer and with whatever else you've submitted to us. And so yeah, you're welcome to just address your issues to us now.
Sure. Okay. Thanks, Dan.
Mhm.
So I'm the owner of 25 Ives Road. And just by way of background, it's I think it's 70-year-old cabin. It's basically a log cabin. It's not full logs or even half logs. It's basically made out of planks. I think there's a fairly recent picture of it on the property card.
Oh.
So you can see it is not insulated. It was built as a weekend cabin by two couples who are one of them still alive, actually. They're in their 90s and they live down in Florida, but they built the cabin in the 50s and used it as a weekend cabin.
Did you say, I'm sorry, I mean to interrupt. Did you say it's not actually solid logs?
It's not, it's not full logs. It's not even half logs. It's basically planks that are made out of pine, and it's built in the fashion of a log cabin, so that
Oh,
the planks interlock.
right, right.
They're not even as, they're probably about, they're sort of like this wide.
Uh-huh. So
and
they're
they're
not really big.
they're sort of, and they were, I don't even know what the term is. They were kind of milled to be a
Uh-huh.
shape.
Oh,
So it's kind of like a Lincoln log construction, but the
right.
thickness of it is not what,
Yeah.
when build cabins these days, they're usually full logs or half logs, and it's
Okay.
less than that.
Yeah.
It's not insulated. It's not, really capable of being ever used as a year-round residence. We never considered during COVID, living there year-round, and we wouldn't. We bought it as a weekend cabin, as it's always been, for purposes of skiing and other things.
Yeah. What is the heating system then for the
So it has
house?
baseboard heating, hot water, propane.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So we can kind of crank that up over a weekend, but it's very drafty. You can see in the picture we had new windows put in because the elements were really coming into the building. So but it's not really year round. You can't live there. It's not air conditioned in the summer. If it's, doesn't drop below, say 70 degrees, 65 degrees at night, it's prohibitively hot, especially in the upper floor where the heat rises and sort of stays.
Yeah.
Um,
Is it
so,
finished in the basement area?
well, it is partially finished. So, and when I look at it, it's one of the issues that I have with regards to the property card is it looks like, and it's hard for me to tell because it's not exactly the full square footage times two, but it does look to me like the square footage on the property card is a reflection of simply using the measurements of the house and assuming that it's fully finished on both the basement and the upstairs.
Yeah, the listers in the past may not have ever gotten inside to see the interior. Can you describe, like, do you have some idea what percentage of the basements would be what you would call the finish area?
Yeah, so when we bought the property, the listing that the people we bought it from used, I have that in my property book, had the square footage at 1715.
Okay.
And we've altered and that is, the upstairs is the main floor is fully finished, but it's not the full square footage because we actually eliminated a bathroom and expanded the stairway because it was, sort of a wrought iron spiral access to the basement that was, you couldn't carry a laundry basket up or down.
Oh, yeah.
So we got rid of one of the three bathrooms and expanded the stair to put in a proper staircase. And we did that in 2016 or 17. So that reduced the square footage, eliminated a bathroom.
Square
And
footage of the main floor or the lower
yeah,
level?
of the main floor.
okay.
And I suppose, well, of the main floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean,
so that was do you know, like, approximately what kind of square footage was eliminated, roughly speaking?
Maybe a 50 or 75 square feet to open up that. It's a proper stairway now where you can sort of ascend one and turn and descend the other, whereas before it was just an opening that you would come down. So it's definitely wider now.
Okay.
The basement is mostly finished, but it's not fully finished. It's got a mechanicals room that's raw. And so I think the 1715 is probably correct as modified by the fact that we opened up the stairwell and probably lost a couple of feet there.
So the bathrooms you mentioned, right now we're showing.
It has two bathrooms now. It was a bathroom cabin. It's now only a 2-bathroom cabin. We made the decision that in order to make the basement more usable, it was basically a powder room bathroom off the kitchen, which wasn't getting a lot of use, and we were able to eliminate it and get the space we needed to build the stairwell.
So that one that was eliminated, was it just a sink and a toilet?
Yes.
Okay. So the two bathrooms left.
It was the, I think it was the 3 fixtures bathroom that's reflected on the property card. That was eliminated.
It was a 3 fixture eliminated.
I think so.
That what you said?
That's what it's listed in on the card.
On the card, we're showing one bathroom that has 4 fixtures. Is that correct? A separate tub and shower or double sink or something? Does that make sense?
No.
So
there's no separate tub. There's no tub in the house. There's 2 showers.
So of the bathrooms, they're both only 3 fixtures in them? Is that the case?
Yes.
Sink, toilet, and shower?
And the one that was eliminated, I guess on that math was only a 2 fixture bathroom, but it was eliminated.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like we didn't have the 2 fixture listed as a 2 fixture for some reason.
Yeah.
So
I suspect that, I mean, I don't know where the information comes. There's more that's not correct. Like the deck that's reflected, you can see in the picture, there's no deck on the front of the house. We removed that in 2014. It was
the 12 by 22
Yep.
section.
It was yes, it was in disrepair. It was right on the front of the house where you can see the doorway. We removed that.
Okay, that's easily
10 years ago.
And that's in our photograph or a photograph you're submitting?
No, your photograph shows the front of the house right where the deck was. It was right there.
Okay.
Basically, you walked out the front door onto a deck, and then you would come down
Yeah.
either the left or the right side, and it was in disrepair. It wasn't getting really used for anything, so we removed it.
Is one of the 2 bathrooms in the basement, or are they both on the first floor?
One's in the basement.
The
basement is fully below grade, but there is a full bathroom down there that has like an injector pump system.
Yep. Go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, it's a very small cabin. I'm actually surprised to see the measurements because I look at other houses that have similar measurements and I always think they're a lot bigger than the cabin.
Yeah. Oh.
But anyway, I haven't been able to get up there to pull out the measuring tape to see whether these measurements are correct. But it's very, very modest cabin.
Another item I'm seeing here, it says there was a hot tub and a sauna. Is that not correct? Or
yeah, that is correct, actually. Now, so when I saw the hot tub and sauna, I thought we have a hot tub outside the house, just on a little patio, an outdoor hot tub. But when we bought the house, there was the bathroom that was in the basement was actually had a sauna in it, it had a little room you'd go in and sit in it. It was actually, and I think it probably was a hot tub / sauna, but it was extremely old and we had no interest in using it. We ripped it out and that's gone.
So that's actually gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is no hot tub. No
so
sauna.
The hot tub.
There's an outdoor hot tub, but
yeah. Do you know the approximate length and width? Is it square or round?
The one outside?
Outside, yeah.
It's square.
Oh, okay. Do you have some idea of the dimensions, feet wise, length and width, or well, it's probably perfectly square.
Yeah, it's perfectly square. When you put the top on it, it's
would
square.
it be between 6 and 8 or something like that?
It's probably 6. Yeah, it's probably 6 foot.
Okay.
I'm thinking about if I laid across it, would I touch both sides? I think I definitely would.
Okay.
We can fit like 4. My 3 kids and myself can get in there at the same time.
Okay. Is it relatively new or is it kind of old?
No, when we bought the house, we put it in, so it was 2016.
Oh,
So
okay. Yeah. Okay, so that seems to check out.
Just see what I wanted to cover.
Oh, you do have is there a car shed structure?
So that was one thing that there is a shed on the property that I think the prior owners put in. It could not have a car in it. I think they used it for ATVs. You could not drive a car into it. There's no first of all, there's no access to it. It's up the back of the yard. You'd have to drive across a yard. There's no driveway or anything. Nobody's ever put a car in it. I don't think and it's not properly founded to house a car. It's not a garage. It's a little shed that they had ATVs in, and frankly, the back of it has fallen out, and so critters can get in there, and so we have to remove it.
Oh, it's gone completely then.
No, it's not removed yet, but it has to be removed because it's snapped
yeah.
open. It's open to the outside.
Yeah, it does sound like it's in bad condition.
We put lawn furniture and a barbecue grill in there. That's it.
Okay, I'll make a note of that. Is there any flooring in it, or is it just dirt?
No.
It's just dirt.
It's it's very thin flooring over dirt.
You mean wood flooring?
I'm trying to think of exactly what it is.
Okay.
I mean, it's you can feel when you walk on it, the ground under it it's not been leveled.
Okay.
So my recollection is that it does have some kind of a floor, but the floor, when you step on it, it sinks, and it was just basically a shed that they threw back there that is not for cars. It's, they drove ATV out of it.
I'm seeing that our time is running out here.
Okay.
So what will happen, and there's some significant changes here. You will be getting a second notice in about 2 weeks to show what, if any, change was made on your property valuation. And it looks like there definitely will be. And that notice will get to you in about 2 weeks by mail. And it will also alert you to options that are available to you to have further a hearing with other people who can make changes if you haven't received what you think is, a good result from this part of the process.
Okay.
So you'll get that in the mail in about 2 weeks.
So Dan, there's another important point that I didn't make, and that is that the sale price that's listed on the card, 341, when we purchased the property, we purchased all the furnishings, and the contract has the furnishings listed as $20,000. So the purchase price wasn't 341 for the property. It was 321 for the property.
Oh.
And then the property consists of 2.5 acres, and one of the acres is sort of separately a separate plot. And the people who sold it to us valued it at $100K because the two plots, 1 acre plots right next to it that Frank Dameyer owns, were on the market for $100K each. They didn't sell. This was back during the time when the Hermitage Club was active under Jim Barnes. They didn't sell, and they're combined. The two of them are now still on the market for $35,300. And so we think our 1 acre part that was valued at $100K for purposes of the sale is probably worth a lot less than that now.
Okay.
So that is also a factor. I think that looking at the sale price as a reflection of what the value is today, I think 20K would come off, and I can send the contract if you guys want that. That shows the 20K for real property, or personal property.
Yeah, if you can send that to Sarah's email address by the end of today at 5 o'clock, send that right over, and it'll be included in the information that the assessor will get. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And then the development lot, the 1 acre that we have that's part of this property, when we paid for it, we paid way too much for it based on a valuation that doesn't hold based on the current listing of the two neighboring properties.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I think we're all set.
Okay.
And so.
Okay. And you have our comps, which I sent to Sarah.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay. Great.
All right. Well, thanks much for calling in. And,
okay. All right.
Get that notice.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay. I'll send the contract across.
Great.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.
All right, so
So-
we have Cliff next. Hi, Cliff, how are you?
Good. Do you guys hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you just fine.
Yes, yes,
Is that Dan also?
yes, this is Dan.
Hi, how are you guys doing today?
Oh, we're managing.
Great, great. So I know I've got 3 properties I'm going to talk about, but I'm going to try to keep this, fairly short. Definitely not going to need any extra time. I did have a couple questions though. Is this being mandated by the state, this new assessment?
Yes, exactly. Did you hear something about that?
No, I just,
Oh, yeah.
I'm a real estate broker in Massachusetts, and I work for Sotheby's
Oh.
up in Vermont.
Uh-huh.
And we've had just some discussions about it. Are they trying to raise the valuation so the state gets more funding? Do you know?
Well, we don't, there's no agenda for the assessor's part of this process. He basically, ordinarily, the next reappraisal would have been a year from now.
Okay.
But the state monitors the CLA and of the towns, and they mandated it because there was too much of a difference
Discrepancy.
because of the way the market had changed. And actually, the new state uh, rule will be that it will now be every 6 years that they'll do a reappraisal.
I was going to ask you that if that was
Yeah,
what.
and so this was statistical, of course, and yeah, the values did go up quite a bit.
Right. And are they going to use the same process in the future? Like I almost call it like an AI property evaluation where they kind of, like listers doing it anymore?
There are no longer listers doing the town assessing work. The town decided to do away with the listers, and there's now a contracted assessor who is very experienced with town in Vermont, and uses a software system that's approved by the state for doing the computer part of the work. It's a very deep, intense system with very many data points. And so he has a lot of experience running that. And that's basically how the new values were created. So yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Do you know if they're going to be using the same program next time, or they have the right to obviously change it or use the same data points or different data points?
Most like there's no way to know. Actually, the assessor that's here now is the interim assessor. They haven't hired a permanent one.
Okay.
And he is actually a reappraisal contractor who does towns in Vermont and New Hampshire and Connecticut with the system he uses. And so there may be some change possibly when a new permanent assessor comes in, but there's no indication whether the town would change that. Vermont does have its own CAMA system. You probably heard the term CAMA, computer assisted mass appraisal. They have their own, but the towns have the right to select their own software CAMA system to use. So for now, there's no way to know if they'll ever change that.
Okay. Just more of a curiosity than,
Sure. Oh yeah, I'm glad to furnish whatever questions you have. So you can bring forward your issues now. Yeah.
So if we could start with the Higley Hill, this is my primary residence. So we bought it kind of during the height of COVID. It was foreclosure. It was vacant for a couple of years, I think maybe 2 years prior.
Yeah.
Bought it in 2021. So there's not an awful lot of good comps. We did look for some comps. But I guess I did send to Sarah a couple of pictures, maybe about a dozen pictures or so. So we had a kind of a long laundry list of stuff that we need to do at the property. So we didn't get through everything. I got a lot of different irons in the fire. The other project I got going on, we'll talk about next. But you'll see there's still some stuff. There's still some water penetration We weren't able to stop that, so we didn't finish the downstairs renovation, so it's kind of the same condition as it really was on the inside since the last, I think we did a grievance last time. So you'll see there's
Yeah.
you'll see that where there's there's some staining, there's a little, you'll see it in the corner, there's a spot that's still wet right now. It's only really during heavy rains. We don't get like a lot of puddling, but I can't finish it until we definitely take care of that water issue.
Where's the water? Where's the water ending up inside that house?
Yeah, so it comes kind of off the roadway. The house sits down from the road a little bit, and it's just kind of a tough spot to kind of keep all the water away from the house. We tried to do some grading, but I kind of think that we're going to have to do some excavation and seal up from the outside and make sure there's proper drainage. So I think right now we're just gonna, that's kind of a little bit on hold. We're gonna be, we did some work on the outside to keep things buttoned up. The garage was in pretty bad shape. We put a new roof on the garage, but we also, I took a couple pictures. There's no pictures of the garage roof. The roof pictures are the back of the house, and there's a roof over the enclosed porch that you'll see some tar on. We've got a little bit of a leak going on there, so that has to be addressed.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of tar. You'll see there's a little enclosed entranceway in the back. I guess on a second sheet they call it a I forget what it says on the card it is, but
basement entry.
Yeah, basement entry.
Yeah.
There's something going on above that too, so there's like a bunch of tar on that we haven't got to. I think outside of that, there's some pictures of the garage. That the garage had, again, some water problems, water infiltration. And prior to me purchasing it, there was a lot of freezing and thawing. And they did some work in the garage to, I think, shore up the foundation. But it's still, there's something going on. It's still kind of sinking and it's not moving. I'm keeping the water out. I'm keeping the water from freezing and thawing during the winter. So I don't think there's any more movement. But I think there's something going on in the basement where some of the floor is still kind of sinking in a little bit. You'll see it's very cracked and it drops down in a few inches in a couple locations on the east side of the property, the east side of the garage, actually. So
the garage has a basement?
The garage does have a basement in it. Yep.
Oh,
not on the side, no. And then there's the lean-to. I think there's a picture. I think I read it on the field card. I think they call it a lean-to or something like that. That's off the back of the garage.
Oh, so that's attached to the garage?
It's attached to the garage. Yep.
Okay.
There's a picture there that it'll show you it's out of square about maybe 3 inches, and that's because of the movement of the actual foundation of the garage.
Oh, okay. So that's not. Yeah, we're showing that as it's being described as having below average condition, a fair condition. So it seems that might be accounting for what you're describing. Yeah. But the garage is kind of suffering too, I guess, somewhat.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
The garage has got some issues too as well, though. It needs some help, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, but you might be accurately describing it if it's just below average. Or I don't know exactly. But my grandfather was actually an assessor, so I really appreciate what you guys do. I know how much work it is. So sometimes I'm going through this stuff and I do look at these all the time, but I still don't know what all the codes means. So bear with me a little bit. But I'm curious if you have the number of like fixtures in bathrooms correctly.
We're showing 1 bathroom.
Okay.
With 3 fixtures.
How do they do the 3 fixtures? Is that toilet, sink, and tub?
Right. The computer counts the number of plumbing fixtures.
Okay.
In each bathroom. Yeah. So there's only 1 bathroom then?
There's a bathroom in the basement also.
Oh, so there's another bathroom.
Yeah.
Well, it's possible they didn't know about that one for some reason.
I don't know if it's because the basement's not really being used very much, but there
Yeah.
is a full bathroom in the basement.
Okay, that would be something that would have to be added to the data. But again, it's probably as old as the house, or was that added later? Or?
It was there when I bought it.
Okay.
And do you know what it has for kitchens right now? Does it say one kitchen or?
It is showing one kitchen sink. Is
Okay.
there something in the basement that's like a kitchen or?
No, there used to be a kitchen, but I think I've got a picture of that, where you can see the plumbing coming out of the wall.
Oh, okay. So it was taken out, I guess. Yeah.
It was, I think, plumbed for a kitchen.
Yeah, we're not recording any second kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah.
The deck on the back, I think, is the old deck that was not that size anymore.
Oh, okay.
So that is smaller. I don't have the exact dimensions, but do you need that by 5 o'clock today?
If you can, that would be good. Yeah.
I'm not in town today. I'll be in town tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Could you guesstimate?
I can. I think it's approximately 10 by 10.
Tomorrow's okay.
Oh.
If it's just dimensions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you can, when do you think you might be able to get there to measure it?
I can do it at least by the end of the workday tomorrow. I'll be traveling tomorrow in New York.
Oh.
Yeah,
So that wouldn't be till Wednesday.
till Wednesday.
Well, tomorrow, Tuesday, tomorrow.
Right, but wouldn't be, technically, we wouldn't get it till, oh, you're saying tomorrow. So if you had it to me, wait, today's Monday.
Yeah.
So that would be Wednesday morning before I got it, essentially.
I could probably do it before 5 or before 4.
Yeah, I mean, well, what are we're just talking about dimensions?
Yeah,
Yeah, if you want to just send me an email dimensions, that'll be fine.
Do you want to just put down it's 10 by 10 and I can verify that? If it's
Sure.
really
Okay.
off, I can tell you, or either way I can.
Yeah.
let you know. It's around
Sure.
10 by 10.
Okay, yep, that'll work.
Okay. So I did have a question about the valuation of the land. It looked like the land value went up from like 30 to 50,000.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that kind of normal, or is there a reason why it went
Well,
up?
we don't really have a normal, it's basically based on sales of vacant land in town, in order to come up with, that land value. Generally, the land isn't increasing as much as the, building and structure values increase, which is, unusual. And, so that, yeah, it's in line, I guess you could say, with other properties in town. Although, yeah.
I guess the only thing I want to mention about my land is that I do get a lot of runoff, like I talked about with the water from the street, and I do get a lot of runoff from the farm next door. So during heavy rains, the lower part of from the house back, basically where most of the land is unusable until it dries up. It's pretty
Okay.
It's not a floodplain in any manner, but it all goes in that one spot. So
I should mention, part of the reason for your increase, most likely, for the dwelling. So you did have a grievance in 2022, I guess it was.
I believe so.
Yeah. Any change in value that was due to the grievance then is wiped clear with the next reappraisal. This one, it's standard procedure. Those changes have to be taken off, and you can sort of redo it if you want with another grievance. So, what was that grievance involve? What did that involve as far as the issues?
So it was kind of like the basement didn't have, the flooring wasn't done The rooms are still gutted because the water issue hasn't been taken care of, so.
Oh, okay, okay.
Kind of those issues. I'm having some additional problems with flooding with it kind of removing some of the soil under the deck. I think I've got a picture of one of the deck boards that's off because I'm trying to find out what's going on under there.
Yeah.
I guess the flooding is a little bit new, some of the damage from that, but I think most of the other issues during the grievance I brought up, besides probably the garage. The garage is maybe I think something I didn't talk about last time because it maybe wasn't as damaged as it is now. But that's I think really about it on that that I can remember.
Yeah, it looks like the change was regarding only the structure. So I'm not sure exactly how that came about.
So that would have been the structure as far as like water infiltration or
well, it's
probably
not
roof-
telling me here what it was. But well, I should mention you will be getting another notice in about 2 weeks to show what change, if any, was made by the assessor, and that notice will tell you about options further if you want to resolve issues that haven't been dealt with to your satisfaction.
I understand all that.
You could, if you have other important documents that you could use, by then you could go to another step there. So that would be after you get that notice.
Sure, understood.
Yeah. So other than that, I can't really tell why the building, what exact things were having the effect of lowering the value. It's not clear it's not on here. But it was a big difference. That I can say that.
Do you think some of the things I brought up would not be that much of a difference as it was last time? Because I kind of think about the same.
Yeah, I couldn't tell exactly. But also the other big factor was the actual sales analysis of sales that took place did raise values, the market values quite a bit. So that would be part of it as well.
Okay.
But we can't really tell which was which as far as which was the bigger change.
Right.
But so
yeah. So I guess if the assessor could just look at, are they going to forward the pictures and whatever I provided to him, and he would kind of take a look at the valuations?
Well, yeah, if you can get it in as soon as possible, yeah, by whatever it was you said that.
Yeah, I'm just speaking about just the pictures of what's going on with the property right now. I don't think I'm going to provide some other comps. I mean, there's some comps and some other assessments, but they're not using assessments as comps. They're using a sale price like within the last 3 years, I think you said before.
Yeah.
With heavier weighted to the year 1 than year 2 and year 3.
Right.
Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, well, I've got some notes here to go by, and yeah, and you can get the measurement of that that deck, but 10 by 10 will be adequate for now.
Okay. Yeah. So can I just switch gears and we'll go on to one of the other ones?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Yep.
So 85 West Main Street, if we could take a look at that one, that I know there are some errors in this one for sure. I never had a building value before. When I talked to the lister in the past, they said that the building really had no value. The value was in the land. I kind of confirmed that when I talked to a bunch of contractors. A bunch said you'd be better off just rebuilding. So we didn't do anything with the property we bought that in 2021. And the only reason we really got going on it, I pulled a permit with the zoning administrator December of last year, was I got accepted on the VHIP program. So we're going to be getting some funding to help with the renovation, and it's going to be affordable long-term housing, which is desperately needed in the village, the whole valley. So I think that my valuation went up 140%, and 100% of that is all the value of the building. I did confirm that I sent a couple pictures. Luckily I have them timestamped too, but I have some pictures from April 1st, and I think this valuation was done as of April 1st, or as of, is that that they're using
The
for the
reappraisal uses data information up to March 31st.
up to, okay. So
Yeah.
it's the value of the property March 31st.
As of March 31st, right?
Okay. So as of March 31st, there was some interior walls. It was undergoing deconstruction, demolition, if you will. There's no electricity in the building. There's no wiring in the building. There's no plumbing in the building. As of that date, there was some walls. I think the whole first floor, all the plaster was gone. It was all horsehair plaster. So I don't know if you want to go through what they have for the building. But well, I guess what are your thoughts about, do you want to go through what it has for the building, like the bedrooms and kitchens and all that? Or we can if you think it matters, but there was zero value for a building, and nothing has been done to the building since I bought it in 2021 besides deconstruction.
Okay. Well, let's see. So this is, there's a note here that it was on our list to check, to visit it. That hasn't happened yet, but it says it was being renovated, or was going to be renovated.
Going to be, yeah. Like I said, I pulled the permit, but my funding didn't come through until I think we got the signed contract in maybe May. Do you think that would be useful? I can get a signed copy of the funding from VHIP, but I didn't have any contractors or anyone doing any rebuilding until after this date of the assessment.
Yeah. So basically, it's, generally speaking, it's gutted, would you say?
It is completely gutted right now.
For the
There
most part.
are, there's no sheetrock, there's no wiring, there's no plumbing, there's no heating, there's no finished walls.
It's the way it was when you bought it then.
Not right now, but as of the date of this assessment, I started having contractors there, April,
Yeah.
mostly May.
That'll be for 2025's valuation.
Correct, yeah.
So most likely, it will be looked at some point by next March 31st to see how much has been done. But for now, that would be it would be listed as being gutted.
Right.
So I'm not sure. It looks like it was made zero value for the 2022. There's a zero there, and
or
so
2020.
that would seem to apply for this reappraisal. It would seem to be the same condition, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And there were a couple of things, even though it was kind of gutted, it does say, I should circle this. It said it was built in 1950, year constructed.
Yeah.
I think that's wrong too. It's much older than that. There's very large like logs in the basement.
Yeah.
And then these huge 2-inch floorboards that sit on top of that. I don't think that's typical construction for that year.
Well, I don't know how they usually address that issue.
Okay.
I would think that it would require some kind of documentation or evidence. I'm sure you're right about what you're seeing.
Right.
I don't know. I don't see how that could be a change issue unless you could support it with some
So
evidence.
I did talk to the town historian and they sent me a couple of pictures. I don't know if I have an opinion from her on what age it was, but
Yeah.
I don't know if I can have that info by today. Would that affect the value because it's just a shell of a house anyway?
It
the value?
probably wouldn't change it much. The farther back you go, the less percentage of depreciation gets. So it probably wouldn't change it a whole lot.
Okay.
But yeah, it would have to be some sort of clear-cut evidence.
Yeah.
For the year built, which you could still consider at any time, any year,
Right.
if you somehow end up getting that kind of data.
So it says that the effective date is like 2020. Does that mean that the condition of it is like a house that was built up to around 2020? Like,
Yeah, if something's totally rebuilt, that
Right.
would be the case.
Okay.
Can't tell if, I don't know what the assessor will be considering for that, but
Okay.
it would be something you'd have to decide for this reappraisal. And so basically it wouldn't be 2020. It would be, I don't know what it would be, but it wouldn't be 2020.
Sure.
Until such time as it's renovated completely.
Okay.
So that's another issue. So it's standard procedure when the grievance valuation has to be cleared out for this reappraisal. So that's basically what happened.
Okay. So what do I want to say? Do you have the pictures for the outside of the
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want me to send you some inside pictures too, so you can kind of just confirm what I said? I didn't have any pictures from that date, but I have some from like a month or two earlier.
Well, you could if you can still get them in right away.
I'm going to send you a couple just so you can tell that it is kind of what I said is on the inside. It's not
Yeah.
any condition right now to be usable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't think there's anything else that I need to really go over on that. It's really just the building value that it was 0 because nothing's been done and now it's around almost
Right.
97,000. So, which I think when it's done, that would probably be pretty accurate, but I think it really should be taken off, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That seems pretty likely.
Okay. And if there's just one other one we got to do real quick is there's another lot that's in the front. I think it's still called 85 West Main, but it's just a lot. It's a very small lot. It has a shared driveway, which I should mention the house at 85 West Main Street also has a shared driveway. It does not have road frontage.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how much that affects it. I know selling real estate, a private drive is obviously more private than a shared drive. And when you're up in Vermont for peaceful enjoyment, a house with a shared drive would sell for less money than a house that's not on a shared drive.
It could be a factor, yes.
So
I'll make a note of that.
Note that. So this other front lot, it has utility easements going through it. It has a shared driveway that goes through it. It also, the neighbor to the west of me drives through that lot and also reduces what I can use the lot for, which is really just 1 or 2 parking spaces. And the zoning administrator did say during one of the hearings under oath that we had that the town is not considering this a buildable lot. So I just didn't know if a non-buildable lot, is it listed as a buildable or non-buildable lot? And with that valuation, is that compensatory to the way it's listed?
Well, it's not, uh, there's no labeling of it as a unbuildable lot. And generally speaking, there'd have to be some definite criteria to call it unbuildable. And so what you're saying the town has said to you, was that part of the grievance for this? This lot?
That was part of a zoning permit appeal.
Oh, okay. So the zoning permit was to accomplish, what was it that meant to accomplish?
That was a zoning permit for a neighboring parcel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I appealed as an abutter.
Okay. Do you own the neighboring property?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, that's where the Airbnb is operating.
Oh, okay. Well, it could be, it could be a factor that the assessor would need some information about that. Yeah.
I think they could probably just I don't know if there's a recording of that. I know there's probably a transcript, but I think they could probably just ask the ZA.
Oh.
I don't know if they would do that or not, but it's.
So that was part of the grievance that you had then?
That was not part of the grievance.
Oh, wasn't? Okay.
If there's anything that needs to come from zoning, I can get that.
It's what?
If there's anything that needed to come from a zoning file, I can find that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. It turns out that if there was there is information that can be retrieved from that zoning issue.
Okay.
So that's something that would be able to be produced.
Sure. Yeah. So that's really it. It's just I was just thinking if they have somehow determined that it's a non-buildable lot and that's what was said, then it shouldn't be assessed as a buildable lot. So
yeah.
And
okay.
I guess I could have maybe got a letter, but I know that was what was stated to me and under oath.
Okay. I guess that is probably as far as we can go here with that.
I appreciate all your time and everything you guys are doing.
Yeah, well, we're glad to help wherever possible. So you'll get the second notice for each of these parcels.
Okay.
In about 2 weeks.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, good luck with everything.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks,
Okay.
Cliff.
Take
Bye.
care. Bye.
Hi, Johnny. How are you? Come on up. So Russ is on Zoom right now. And then we have we are recording just for the open meeting purposes. It looks like somebody might be in on the phone. I'm wondering if that's Maria or Patrick, maybe. Okay. Well, so let's see if we can. So I don't know if you want to stay. You don't have to stay if you don't want to.
I'll probably go.
Okay.
It all sounds interesting.
I did print.
Can you hear me, Sarah?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
So that's your property card. So I'm gonna let you and Russ kind of just take the reins here. And I did send him everything that you had given me, so he'll have all of that. And Russ, if you need me to just note anything, you just let me know. And whatever needs to happen can happen.
Okay. I already started working on that a little bit. So you'll notice if you look at the land value, I reduced the land value already on that from what it was on the original notice.
Patrick Overy.
So I took the land down, basically, well, came down 29% from what it was. So I reduced the overall value by 18%. So it's down to about 2.2.
Yes.
So now we can just take a look at the structures and the golf course. You mentioned that, the golf course is kind of outdated.
Yes. So,
Oh, you know what?
Oh, now can you hear me? Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, I can hear you. That's good.
Okay. Yeah. So going back and looking at Mount Snow, which is a golf course down the road from us. 2 years ago, they were assessed at 2.2. And their irrigation system is probably 30 years newer than ours. They have full irrigation from tee to green. Ours are only green and tees. Ours are manual, while theirs is automated. Same thing with Mount Anthony Country Club, which is over in Bennington, Vermont. Another course I also wrote that. They purchased that. They purchased that at 1.1. That was 10 years ago. Again, their irrigation system is an updated irrigation system. And Brattleboro Country Club, which is going east of us. They also sold, 8 years ago for 1.3 with brand new 10 holes and full irrigation system. So I'm just trying to figure out where and how you're using the comps to come up with this valuation that you did based on other courses within 30 miles of us, which is, those are the only ones that are around.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that was the beginning with the comps, the irrigation system. Our pump house, which runs our irrigation system, of course, is that is probably going to be rebuilt, hopefully, within the next year or two, if it lasts that long. It's falling into the pond there, or almost. Again, just trying to understand why this went from 1 million. Well, now you've lowered it a little bit to 2.2 million.
Yeah, so basically we didn't use comps directly. We use Marshall & Swift Valuation Service, and they have formulas for golf courses. So for valuing the course itself. And then I looked at the building, the clubhouse. Now, are there any issues with the clubhouse?
Yeah. It's a building from 1969. So there's plenty of issues. A lot of the plumbing we've had to repair, and there's a lot more to be done. Again, it's a building built in 1969, and for 2 years it was closed down with no heat, no electricity. It was in bankruptcy when we purchased it and opened it up in 2020. So yeah, every day there is something new that's either leaking or needs electrical work done. And again, looking at going back to the other golf courses, there maybe Mount Snows is probably a little newer than ours. Brattleboro is much newer than ours. Mount Anthony is much newer than ours. So I guess, but you said you don't use it by the comps, but.
Well, I'm gonna have to do some homework.
Can I add something? It's Maria. The report that you just referenced, would we have access to that report and that data since you're using that statistical data to come to this reappraisal?
Well, it comes out of formulas that are in the system, and the town,
okay.
So the town subscribes to Marshall Swift Valuation Service.
Okay.
And it's an intellectual property. So what we do is we basically we fill in we put in the information. If we put the correct information in the rest proper format, then it comes up with a number. But I can show you. I can summarize it and show you exactly, basically how it's done.
I see. Okay.
So
that's very important then.
Yeah, one of the questions I had was when you purchased the property, was there an appraisal done on it?
There was not.
No.
So
no, there was none.
How was the value determined for the sale?
It was bought out of bankruptcy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so you got a good deal on it. Okay.
Well, you can say that, and not really, because there was numerous repairs to be made, and like Johnny said earlier, it was not maintained and closed for 2 full years. So there was a lot to be done. So it was not really a great bargain.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know. Yeah.
My name is Patrick. Can I add something also?
Sure.
Yes. The access of Mount Snow is a lot easier than ours. The roads were not maintained by the town of Wilmington. To access our golf course, it's maintained by us and private community. Then we have limited parking space also. Mount Snow is, an access which is a lot better than ours. Also, they have a view a lot better than ours. So I don't think ours should be at 2.2 million, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and to echo Johnny's sentiments about the building being very outdated, we do have numerous problems with the building. We do have moisture problems. We do have problems with the structure itself. And as he had mentioned earlier about the pump house is at its end of life. And this is going to be a major, major investment that is unavoidable by any sense of the imagination. And yes, as Johnny pointed out, it's going to fall into a little body of water and never to be seen again. So those are major critical issues that affect us on a day-to-day basis, which then affects our value, the value of our property, the value of the appraisal. So that's what we're looking to point out.
Okay. Yeah, so basically I'll have to do a little more research. I'll have to see if I can find any recent sales of golf courses. Of course, they're few and far between.
Well, not only that, you maybe want to come out and do a physical inspection. Because I don't know how you would use the statistical analysis of that data, because the comps would not be the same. Just putting that out there.
Well, once I take a look at the building and decide what we can do with it as far as getting a better value on it. But see, the reappraisal is a statistical reappraisal. So the only time we would inspect properties is on a grievance, which I can do. So I can go out and take a look at it.
This is the first step. This is the first step in that process.
Right.
And so, by way of the adjustment to the property card, you're in full agreement that this was really overappraised.
Okay.
Correct?
I would agree.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure I clarify what I understand.
Yeah.
But I thank you for that.
Yeah, so I'll see what I can do as far as getting an inspection done, maybe get some additional pictures of the clubhouse. Verify more of the information, but what you provided so far is a good start.
Wonderful. And if you need additional information in the meantime, you could always reach out to us. Our contact information is on the letter, and it's via email, whatever you prefer.
Okay, great.
Johnny, Patrick, do you have anything more to add?
No, I think that's it. I mean, again, I just feel that, this Marshall, I want to look up Marshall Swift. I mean, where are they out of? Are they out of an area that's taking care of courses in Florida, or are they out of an area of courses in New York?
No, the service is it's a division of CoreLogic. I don't know if you're familiar with CoreLogic at all, but so they do studies nationally. So this is the same. They're the most widely used cost estimating service in the country. The insurance companies use it.
So there is one golf course that has sold more recently, which is the Okemo Golf Club, which is called Fox Run. I'm not sure what they sold for, but that course is maybe 12, 15 years old. And they have a complete automated system for irrigation where they dial in on a phone and it automatically waters the fairways. So if you guys end up looking at that, I just want to give you a heads up that course is, first of all,
Completely updated.
40 years newer than our golf course, 50 years. And so just watch out for that one. That's probably the closest one that's been sold. Then, there's also Tater Hill, which is down the road from there that went bankrupt and is now a solar farm. Yes, it's, it is very tough running a golf course. There's a lot of expenses that the layperson doesn't understand that we're spending in fertilizers, seed, that it's not a great business plan, but it's a wonderful life. It's tough working it, but again, we're not making money off of it.
Okay, yeah, that's part of the problem.
Season, you have a season of 6 months, and that's it, if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Last year was a catastrophe because the weather was not great. For the 3 long weekend, this year we are a little bit in better shape, but that's the situation for us.
Okay. Now the Fox Run sale, was that ever published with the sale price?
Yes, it was a public sale. It sold 1.8, but it also had 100 buildable acres that went with it at the time. Pre-approved building lots, 100 of them.
Wow.
So it's, building lots in Okemo are a lot of money, a lot more than Wilmington.
Okay, it's good to know. Okay, I guess
we cover everything.
Yeah, I'll just have to do
I think everything is covered.
Yeah, I'll just have to do my homework and see what we can do.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, Sarah, for all your cooperation in forwarding the property card. We appreciate all of your efforts.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your help.
Thank you. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Yep. Yeah, bye.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you for coming in. They got off, yeah, but Russ is on, yeah. So
yeah,
it's fine. Yep.
I'm still here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Have a good day, Johnny. And if you need anything, Johnny, feel free to email me if you need anything. Okay. No, not yet. We won't know that for another like week and a half or so. Yeah, could be two, actually more like 2 weeks. Yeah. Thank you. Hi, Meg. You can come on over. So I have one of your property cards here for you, or both of them actually, in case you wanted it in hard copy.
Yeah, I think I had, one I have is older, because this is the most recent, right?
Right, the two,
I
yeah.
have the 2020.
All right.
Oh,
So
which-
we have Meg Streeter here from the OSEC building. Oh.
Oops, oh, sorry. I'll need that, right?
Yep.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let me call it up on my screen here.
Sure.
Let's see. This is,
Number 1 School Street.
Oh, yeah, it's the old school enrichment center. I always call it OSEC.
You're
I
right.
never think to call it
oh, that's why I couldn't find it.
by its
Yeah.
legal
Sorry.
name. I know.
Oh, what's the span number on it?
It is, hold on, it's right here.
So the last
714054.
Yep, that's one of them. That's the exempt portion one.
Oh, and
No, that's okay. That's
Yeah, once he finds one, he'll
Okay.
be able to find the others.
okay. So I've got the original property. Okay, so I'm all set on my end here.
okay, so I do apologize for needing some explanation of what the two different assessments are. Is one the entire property of 9 acres in the building? And the other is the part of the building that is rented to nonprofits? Or perhaps you could tell me, so I don't quite understand.
Well, basically we have to, it wasn't really done properly in the past. There's supposed to be 2 accounts.
Okay,
One account for the tax exempt portion and one account for the taxable portion.
okay,
So they're basically the one that's exempt is 75% of the building value
exempted,
and
right.
the land. And then so the taxable portion is basically just 25% of the building only.
Okay, so with the notice of change in assessment, the figure that is 307,000 and some change is the building value that is exempt?
No, the exempt is on, let me get the other one up here. We'll see they're under different names. I'm trying to get both records up at the same time. Let's see.
It should be the same name.
Right, they are on the.
Well, the parcel ID. So it's 1 School Street.
Unless I spelled something wrong.
Yeah. Parcel ID,
Well, let me call them both up. Okay, let me try this. Hold on.
it's got one as, oh, that number plus 0.1. And the other is just.
Oh, right.
Yeah. And that's the larger value.
Okay, so I've got them both up now.
Okay.
So the 307 is the taxable portion.
Taxable portion, okay. Of the, obviously the entire property.
No, just the 25% of the building.
25. Oh, okay.
See,
So,
so it's basically
okay, the $1 million is the entire building.
right.
Okay.
So
So I guess,
the tax exempt portion is the 1 point, just about 1.07 million.
right,
Yeah.
okay,
And then that's classified as totally tax exempt.
And that's 75% of the building.
Right.
And
Yeah.
the outbuildings.
And the outbuildings in the land.
so I'm sorry, I'm slow here. So of the million, you're saying it's totally tax exempt? Did I get that right?
What's on that card is totally tax exempt.
So one parcel is completely tax exempt. That's your tax exempt portion of the old school enrichment.
Okay,
Then the other one is what's taxable.
what's
So it's
taxable?
just split as taxable and non-taxable.
Okay, so 300,007 is taxable.
Right.
Okay. So a couple questions, because when we went through this process before, a couple years after we had acquired the building, I had some comparables to use for commercial sales of buildings in need of renovation. This time I didn't really know what to look at to make.
Well, yeah, it's kind of hard to do any kind of comparison.
Right.
Because it's only part of a building.
Right, exactly. Things I'm asking if you took into account would be the fact that almost all of the land, according to any of the FEMA mapping we've looked at, is entirely in the AE flood zone.
Mm-hmm.
The building is supposedly not in the flood zone at all. And in fact, we used it as a town and school shelter after the 2011 flooding, when it was still a school, actually. But some of the maps show one small corner of the building is in zone AE. So my assumption as a realtor is that that's essentially unbuildable land. And there are a couple of old farm association and town buildings that are in that flood zone, but we don't own them. We just own the land underneath. So I'm curious how the calculation if the calculation took that into account.
Well, the portion that the land is all non-taxable. So regardless of what we put for value on it, it has no effect, because the only effect on the taxes is the
Building
25.
itself.
Yeah, the building itself. Yeah.
Okay.
So we've got 106,000 on the land now.
Okay.
What was it before? Let's see.
It breaks it down
Oh,
more on this.
on that one. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah.
Building and then the total.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
I know those other ones just lump it all in together as one.
Yeah. So the biggest challenge is trying to determine what the taxable portion is. You know, the portion that's rentable, the 25%. We could look at office buildings or office areas similar size,
right,
in square footage,
right.
If that's something might be available.
And how far afield does one go for commercial? Am I supposed to limit any comparisons to Windham County or similar sized towns? How would that work?
Well, see, we're kind of limited on what we can use. It gets difficult to defend values when we go out of town.
Right.
Because then people can say, well, that's a whole different market, you know, different tax base, you know, whatever. So if we can find I'll see what I can do as far as looking up sales of any office areas, but there's not a lot of activity with office properties.
Right.
It's
No, I
not,
know.
and especially small office.
Right, exactly. Trying to think what else I need to ask you about this because it was sort of confusing. So thanks for clearing up a few things.
Yeah, see, the only possible way I can value this is to try to get the value of the whole thing and then just break out the 25% that's taxable. So that's what, so that's how I did it, whether it's the best way. If there are sales of, so how much is, let's see how much we have. How many square feet is taxable? Let's see.
It would be 25% of 52.5, I believe. I think that's the correct figure.
Mhm.
I can check with our insurance agent to make sure, because at one point when we first acquired it, we thought we had 55,000 square feet, but I found some other data from different studies that have been done of the building that indicated it was really 52.5. So I guess that's accurate number unless our insurance agent has a different number.
Mhm.
I can check. I can check with him too, what he's considering replacement value of the entire building.
Yeah, we've got 52,700 basically.
Okay.
But that's counting the basement.
There actually is no basement. It's just a ground floor. That's the ground level.
Well, we called it 2 stories over a basement rather than.
Oh, okay. All right, because part of that is below grade.
Right.
A lot of it isn't.
And classifying it as a basement, it creates a lower value.
Okay. Yeah, that's where the gym is. So and other things, but yeah, if you can find a building that has offices and a gym, that would be the best comparable.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll have to do some more homework on it.
Okay.
So basically, the most reliable methodology would be income approach.
Okay.
So normally, Vermont's a little different, but the assessors or listers in Vermont can ask a property owner to disclose their income and expense information.
Okay.
And by doing that, so like in Connecticut, we work in Connecticut, and the state says that the town can send out an income and expense questionnaire 3 years prior to a reappraisal. So then they can get an income stream. Because the assessor's at a disadvantage because we don't have all the data that would be helpful to try to determine the best value.
Right.
So what happened in Connecticut, the state says, well, the property owners have to disclose their income and expense information every year.
Okay.
For 3 years. If they don't, they get penalized 25% on their assessment.
Wow.
Because they had to put some teeth into it because
So
if nobody's going to respond.
Right.
So in Vermont, there are forms that can be used to help us determine the income the property can reduce, well, at least the 25% of the property.
Right. We do have all that information, and this past fiscal year that just concluded, June 30th, was the first year our income exceeded our expenses.
Okay.
So we do have that information. I assume that if we go back 3 years, that would help us greatly, because the bulk of the income is tenants, and those keep changing. So.
Now, do you know if you're getting market rents?
We think we are. In fact, from what I can tell locally, we're getting, in some cases, more than market rent. We've consistently asked for $12 a square foot. Have sometimes reduced that a bit for the first year, especially for the nonprofit tenants. but I don't have a good number even, I mean, I do commercial sales, but I don't do any commercial rentals, and I don't have a good handle on what is, you know, is $12 too low? Is it too high for the immediate area? I don't have a good handle on that, but we felt that it made sense. Our challenge now is if we go up each year, you know, what's that number? What's that increase amount? I think we're trying to figure that out with the help of Brattleboro Credit Development Corporation, because they have a number of rental buildings they own, even though they're Brattleboro, you know, it's similar enough to what we're charging. So we are trying to get a handle on whether we need to go up consistently or if $12 is really okay for the current market, but I don't know if it is.
Now, do they contribute to the common area expenses?
We factor that into the rent because the rent includes heat and electricity and the right to use the gym consistently, or the opportunity, I should say. The gym's pretty booked, but you know, they do have, and of course, town water and town sewer. That's all included in the $12 a square foot.
Okay, good.
So I could supply some of that information. That's helpful.
Yeah, if there's anything you can, you know, quickly email to Sarah, that would be helpful.
Okay. Okay, I can do that. All right. I can't think of anything else that we have that you don't already know about. So
now, are you restricted to the amount of square footage that you can rent?
For some of the grants we've applied for, we are supposed to be rent to no more than, I
may have seen something already that you
I think I submitted something.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing it. I have to go through my paperwork.
Yeah, I think I gave Sarah something about that. And of course I don't have a copy of it now, but
that's okay.
Your leases?
No, the amount of square footage is rented to nonprofits.
Oh, I feel like it was in that, though.
11% of the space, maybe.
I can't remember.
I
I'd
can't
have to
remember
find where I
either.
saved it.
Yeah,
I think I know.
but I was looking for it just when I brought stuff to prepare, but
Well, maybe that's where we got the 25%.
that may be.
That may have been the limit.
Right. I think
Okay.
that is the limit.
Oh, I have it right here.
Oh,
Offset
good.
Tenant list.
Yeah, because I
Let's
gave you the
see.
tenant list. That's right.
June. Let's see. So the bottom portion says approximate total square footage, 44,938. Total for-profit space allowed 11,234.
11,234.
Yeah, so that sounds like that sounds like the 25%.
Yeah.
And then it says the total for 23 was 5,258.
Yeah, about half of what's allowed. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I thought we had that somewhere. For a couple of first 5 years, we didn't really have a bookkeeper. So we don't have staff. That's what I'm trying to say. So if things are a little confused, they're better now. We have a bookkeeper, cleaning company, all of the normal building things. But all right, well, I'll email Sarah some more information and take it from there.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Russ.
Well,
Thanks,
thank you.
Sarah.
You're welcome. Oh, that's for my next person.
Okay, all right.
Just their property cards. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna pause. Hold on.
No problem.
Meeting. So Russ is on the Zoom here. All right. So this is Charlie.
Hello.
For Foster Inn Holdings.
Hey, Russ, how are you?
Good.
All right. So let's see here. And it's the Wilmington Inn, right?
Yep.
We were just talking about this because in our system, it still says the Red Shutter Inn, but that's what the old name was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I thought.
I actually went online though, and I found, one of the sites, it still said Red Shutter Inn. So I was
Which site was
confused as,
that?
huh?
Which site was that?
Oh, I'm not sure, but it definitely showed up because I was confused as to what the real name was.
I search all the time for Red Shutter Inn, so now I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, it was there. I saw it. It's maybe last week or the week before.
There is one there's a Red Shutter Inn in Canada.
Yeah. No, it showed the same picture.
Oh.
That same picture as your place, or was your place at some point in time. Let me call it out. Let me call up the properties on my system here.
So I did notice, I didn't think about it, but I saw you have for both properties.
Yes, yep.
And so one of the properties he put in for grievance on is actually just a residential. Do you live there or is, oh, okay. And it's right next door, right? Sort of?
No, there's
Okay.
there's two parcels for the inn.
Correct.
Right.
There's the garage on the adjacent parcel.
So this is your property card too. I think I might have sent it to you, but just so you have a physical
Did
copy
you get
of it.
the documents I dropped off for Jessica?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, there's two parcels on the inn, and then we live technically next door. And that's 61 West Main.
Mm-hmm.
So Russ, I didn't
Well,
realize.
that's under a different name now. It's not under the Foster
Yeah,
Inn.
that's their personal name because it's
Okay.
a residential one.
Okay, so I guess we'll just we'll start out with the commercial part of it.
Okay.
So you can, whatever documentation you send in, we'll review it all. But if you have any additional information that'll help us out, let's see what happens.
I just we bought the property 7 years ago. While we did put some work into it, the increase of 173 is just for us, biggest thing for us is that this year, while we've had some increase in bookings, oil, propane, labor is a lot more than we ever anticipated in the last year or so. And it's really just this increase is really hitting us hard. So it's for us, we've lost a lot of lodging revenue to short-term rental as well. And now we're just trying to, like other businesses, find a way to recreate our revenue streams.
Mm-hmm.
I did share, our P&L for last year, so you get an idea on how rich our expenses are with labor and, labor being one of the biggest, and then, oil, propane, taxes are paid automatically. But, last year, our net operating wasn't, we had $248,000 in expenses. And those have probably increased 20% over last year.
And Sarah has a copy of those?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, good. Okay.
One of the other things I included was our booking pace. So even though our expenses have gone up, 20%, our bookings have only gone up 1%, 1.93%. Really? No, that's incorrect. They've dropped 1.93%. Yeah.
And why do you think that is?
A lot of it's short-term rental. Summertime is good for us. This year we're trying to like I said, recreate the inn, but short-term rental takes a lot of it. We have some larger rooms, and our biggest revenue drop has been January through end of March.
Okay. Now, when you bought it, was it on the open market? You paid $550, $575 or something. Let me see.
Yes, I think we bought it $630. The previous owners did not put any TLC into it, so we've had to do a lot of work over the last couple of years. And then last year, or sorry, during COVID, we had damage from an icicle, so we had to rebuild our deck. And then last year with the flooding, we had damage on the driveway from the amount of water that was coming off the hillside. So we had to repave the entire driveway.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Water runoff is not covered by insurance, so that was a wonderful bill. So, that's just like, if you look at our, hold on one second. Yeah, I collapsed it, but under other expenses, 132, I'd say last year we had $30,000 in capital, with 20 of that going towards repaving the driveway after the flooding.
Okay. Now, what's in the carriage house building?
The carriage house is guest rooms as well. We have 6 rooms in the main house and 4 in the rear house. And then the garage on the second lot, which I guess would be 51 West Main, but it's the 2 parcels are both under Foster and Holdings. That is just, we disconnected water, we disconnected everything, and it's just a workshop to store gear. And that is, I think, 3/4 of an acreage or less than that.
We've got it in as a half an acre now, the way.
Yep, half would make sense.
Mhm. And I got it, it's about 22 by 28, about 600
Yep.
square feet.
Yep, it had a house on it. It had a black mold infestation. So we demoed the house and kept it. It now provides parking for the Valley Trail and then parking if we need it for an event, but that's it.
Mhm. It does have power going to it still,
It does have power, yep.
but no water.
No water.
So the house was attached on the left-hand side of it? I got a picture, an old picture of just the garage, but yeah, the house must have been on the left-hand side of the garage.
Yes, yep, at 51, yep.
Yeah. I don't know if we have an address on this. Now, we're still calling it 41, should be 51.
Yes, it's all 41 West Main. It's the 2 parcels, but the garage next door, yes, has only power, no water, no septic. Everything was capped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll just change the address to 51.
Sorry. That's the second parcel, not trying to make it confusing. I just know they
that's fine.
did a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm. And it's used for the inn, basically.
Correct. Yep. Just storage.
Okay. I lost connection here. I got disconnected. Can you hear me, Sarah? We got disconnected. Can you hear me? Sarah? Can you hear me? We got technical problem here.
Yeah, I did, but it came back.
Oh, Okay,
Hi. Sorry.
I didn't know
They kicked us out for a minute.
I didn't know if it was on my end or your end.
No, that was on our end, but we're back.
Okay, now I gotta
Pay
see.
that bill.
I gotta see how I get back. I'm still not back.
We can hear you.
Yeah, but my screen is screwed up here. Zoom, let's see. I don't know if I have to reconnect. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so I guess we're back.
So I was saying before, this is my first ever grievance. So if there's anything I'm missing, please let me know, or any questions. But, you know, just for us, it's just the biggest thing for us is that the cost of operating the inn and the drop of lodging revenue, you know, anything we can do to drop that difference would be appreciated.
Okay, yeah, we can take a look at it. But you may want to, if you look at the assessment change, it's only about 31%. So you're below. So the grand list is going up, I think, around 45%. So a good way to just give you a quick idea about the taxes is to take a look at the ratio of your increase compared to the grand list. So if the grand list goes up 45% and your property goes up 45%, the reappraisal doesn't really affect your taxes. It's going to be the taxes, and basically the educational tax rate is what everybody's screaming about.
Yes. Yep.
So so you're at 31%. So that this, even though the number may be a little high, I can look at it and see what I can do. But you're still in a reasonable spot right now as far as the tax impact.
Yep. No, I understand.
So yeah, so it's the people that have assessments going up more than 45 or 50% or higher, then the reappraisal is going to affect their taxes, not just the tax rates themselves.
Yep.
So yeah, we're hearing complaints everywhere about I was just working with Thetford. They said their taxes went up 23%. They didn't do a reappraisal either. That's just what happened this year. So it's.
Thank you.
Yes, I think you guys probably have not a very wonderful job right now. People must come in and not understand how to, one, read the document, or two, they just must not be very nice about it.
Well, yeah, there's always, but it's been very slow. We expected to have more grievances than we have. It's been surprising. Even we just finished Windsor too, and we had less grievances than we expected. So I guess people, are aware of the market, how much the market's changed. And then they look at they compare their properties to similar properties and say, well, we're in the same boat as everybody. So, we're okay.
Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. And the only reason I'm doing it is just because, expenses, and really our, if you look at last year, we did have a drop overall, which is abnormal for us. And that's really just based off the availability of short-term rental in this valley.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's towns that are actually setting up departments to track short-term rentals.
Yeah, we have one now. Jessica has been doing the permits and all that. I was actually in charge of a short-term rental committee, which was temporary, and I'm glad I do not do it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it's another thankless job, I guess, huh?
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
ours is a ongoing it's just yeah, it's tough, especially when you do a reappraisal.
Yep.
And things are going up. So
you want to do the house now, or is that a different one?
We can talk. Do you mind talking about the personal house, Russ?
Oh no, that's fine. We can do that too.
Okay.
Okay, let me
we wrapped up all our residentials today. So I was like,
okay.
That's my fault, because I just thought they were both commercial properties.
Yeah, no, sorry, I wrote back. Yeah, this one is owned by us personally.
Right.
Okay, let me get back. Let me get back in. Hold on. I gotta log back into the laptop. Yeah, I lost connection.
I know, I don't know what happened.
Well, I may.
It sounds like they were messing around with something.
Uh-huh.
I would think more people would come and, I don't know. I was always under the impression that it doesn't hurt to ask.
Well, oh yeah, no, you know, years ago I worked for the city of Norwalk, Connecticut.
Okay,
And,
I'm from Bedford, New York originally.
Okay, so the year we were doing the reappraisal, Money Magazine published a big article on assessments right on the front page, you know, on the cover. It says, you know, appeal your assessment, because they claim that 50% of the people that appeal get a reduction. So it'd be wise to just go in and try to get your property value lowered.
Yep.
So we had tons more of grievances, probably just because of that cover on Money Magazine. Can't win.
Especially down in Norwalk.
Yes, I worked for the city of Norwalk for quite a few years.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm from Connecticut originally. Well, I'm in Vermont now. I was born in Connecticut, moved to Vermont, went back to Connecticut, moved back to Vermont.
Wow.
So now I'm a resident here.
Okay.
Okay, you're at 61 West Main? No.
Correct, 61 West Main.
Oh, okay. Let me got it on the screen here.
So I sent over photos. 61 is us personally. We live there, and the inn pays us minimal to cover that property. When we bought the property, it came with the inn, but it didn't really come with the inn, and it needed a lot of TLC. We are slowly going through the process, but the increase of 94,000 does not match the property at all. That's why probably my face is all red. I've been replacing the deck all day because it started falling off the house. And next week, the chimney repair. It's a slate roof, but I got some repairs done on that last year. But yes, I did send over some pictures of the I don't know what the word is, appearance of the property. And then next door to us is a property that was bought in a tax sale in 1998. It's never been touched. Does not help our property value at all. It's got a tree growing through the house. And then the inn is on the other side. So the valley trail runs off the property. And then the second parcel, that essentially 51, is on the other side.
That's your property
Yep, I
card
sent
too.
that over, yep.
Okay. Yeah, I have an old Victorian house built in 1893 also.
Yes.
Well, yours is older than that. Yeah, they become a money pit.
Yes, they are. And when you run it in, see, the thing on an inn is that you make your money when you sell it. So you suffer till you sell it. That's what they say. Suffer till you sell. And then when it's gone, that's when you can do it. But
yeah,
the insurance company doesn't like the condition. So I've been having to do repairs, and I'm doing them myself. So yes, that's the same thing. I just didn't hurt to ask, but the quality of the property and the abandoned property next to us doesn't match the number, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, we're supposed to we try to ignore adjacent properties. There's always issues with neighbors. We can't make assessment changes. In reality, yeah, there would be if the property next door is in bad shape, then you're going to have a hard time selling your property.
Right.
But for assessment purposes, you know, the state says, well, you know, because we've had cases where people said, well, there's there's a drug house down the street or across the street. They're dealing drugs there, and we want our property reduced in value. And some BCAs have actually done that. I remember years ago there was a case, I think it was Berry City, and the people appealed. They didn't lower the value for the grievance. They went to the BCA, and the BCA lowered it because the BCA can do whatever they want. It doesn't have to be an appraisal decision. It could be just a common sense change. So, but so you're saying the condition of your now how did the insurance company?
Well, M&T bought Peoples, right? So then Peoples asked for reappraisal on all their properties. And so the insurance company also did a reappraisal as well. And they're asking me to, I don't know. We could really get into this because the kid they sent out, maybe it was the first day or whatever, but he wrote a long report saying it's a slate roof and it needs to be replaced. And everyone came out and they're like, no, don't touch the slate. I'm not touching the slate, but I did the repairs, but they're just concerned. They were concerned about the deck, so I ripped it off and I rebuilt it. And then I'm repointing the chimney, which is it's got an insert, but it's only for the furnace. And then the previous owners had hired an innkeeper who lived in the house while they were away. She was at Nordstrom, and they gave them free rent if they painted the building. But the person did not have a ladder.
Uh-huh.
So okay, so I
So
see,
half
'cause
the house
so
is
it's
gray
two
and
different
half-
colors.
Yes.
I didn't know if that was just from the camera.
Nope.
But I see that.
Yep. So yes, we're slowly trying to make the changes, but anything we could do would be appreciated.
Okay. Yeah, I know what that's like because I have I have a Victorian I've had painted numerous times. I finally got a good paint job maybe 10 years ago, and it's holding up right now. But yeah, just to repaint costs you a fortune.
Yep. I'm lucky one of my close friends is a big shot with Sherwin Williams, but I've got some bigger fish to fry before I get to the painting level.
Okay. Yeah, so we can take a look at that.
Okay. That's it. No more properties.
Okay, good.
And he submitted pictures here and a letter just stating what about the house. So
Okay.
I'll send that to you too.
Okay, great. That would be helpful. Yep. Okay.
Well, thank you.
Well, thank you for coming by.
Yeah. Good luck and everything.
Thank you.
How many commercial reappraisals are there?
Not that many.
Not that many?
No, it's
any more ins?
Let's see. Well, no, don't we have one? We got the we've been finding they've been initially they contacted us and said they were, they wanted to get the assessment lowered. And then when we tried making appointments with them, they never got back to us. So we've had quite a few no-shows.
Wow.
So I think we have roughly 10 or 11 total prior to the no-shows. Yeah.
The ones that didn't show up, you can allocate theirs to us,
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Russ.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming in. So, I just got an email back about, hold on one sec. Today is July 29th, and these are the read-ins that are for the end of grievance. First is Christine Colella and David Messing for 10 Whitney Lane, parcel ID 202230, span 762-242-12268. They sent an email detailing detailing deterioration of the property and included comparables. Gerard Cornelius as a representative for 8 Quail Hollow condominium units. They sent a letter detailing a conversation they had with Russ Bodwin, the assessor, and included bylaws for the homeowners association showing that they are part of Quail Hollow and Mountain View Pond condominiums all together. This included 8 different units, one for Trimble, Joan, and Craig, 394 Haystack Road, Unit 1, parcel ID HSQUAILH.001, span 762-242-13237. Tremblay, Jane et al., 394 Haystack Road, Unit 2, HSQUAILH.002, span 762-242-13236. Morton, Richard, and Gale, 394 Haystack Road, Unit 3, HSQUAILH.003, span 762-242-12358. Macaron, Richard and Kim, 390 Haystack Road, Unit 4, parcel ID HSQUAILH.004, span 762-242-12082. Alvar, Daniel, and Henry Courtney, 390 Haystack Road, Unit 5, HSQUAILH.005, span 762-242-11091. Paul, Thomas, and Benny Del Irene, 390 Haystack Road, Unit 6. Parcel ID HSQUAILH.006, span 762-242-10766. This is also for new owners Mark and Alexandra Broccolo. Next is Cornelius, Gerald, and Lori, 386 Haystack Road, Unit 7, parcel ID HSQUAILH.007, span 762-242-10828. And last, Albro, George, and Sandra, 386 Haystack Road, Unit 8, parcel ID HSQUAILH.008, span 762-242-12575. Next is Mark and Wendy Peterson for 5 Oxbow Loop, and also a land lot on Oxbow Loop as well. Parcel ID 5119, span 762-12562. They sent a letter stating the condition of the land parcel. Oxbow Loop land is parcel ID 5116, span 762-242-13555. A letter stating comparables about landlocked property. Next is Lawrence, Susan, and Taryn for 10 South Main Street, parcel ID 21222, parcel span number 762-242-10901. Letter detailing condition of the vacant building. Next is Adams, William, and Sharon Trust, represented by Jill Adams, 15 Higley Hill Road, parcel ID 3311, span 762-242-10022. Spoke with Russ regarding the farm and buildings. No hearing. Next is Great River Hydro LLC with multiple different properties, all listed under parcel ID 5217, span 762-242-13269. They submitted a detailed letter with comparables of like properties. And last is O'Donnell, Kevin, and Sean, a land lot on Haystack Road, parcel ID HSHAZELT.LND, span 762-242-11596. Sent an email asking for a grievance as the land has not been developed. Thank you. That's all for today.